In the heart of Central Africa, long before colonial borders or written records, an empire emerged from a landscape of lakes and rivers. Its rulers never built stone cities, yet their influence stretched across thousands of miles. Its memory was not kept in books, but on carved boards of wood, each bead and notch preserving generations of history. How did a society without writing create one of the most sophisticated political systems in pre-colonial Africa? This is the story of the Luba Empire. In the center of what is now the southeastern part of the Democratic Republic of the Congo lies a vast basin filled with rivers, marshes, and shallow lakes. This is the Upemba Depression, a region that may seem quiet and remote today but was once the cradle of one of Africa's great early civilizations. Long before the rise of the Luba Empire, the Upemba Basin shaped how people lived, worked, and imagined their world. The geography of this place would determine how its first communities grew, how they traded, and eventually, how they began to think collectively as a people. Archaeological research suggests that by around the 4th century BCE, small farming and fishing settlements had begun to appear around the Upemba lakes. These early communities belonged to what archaeologists call the Upemba cultural complex, a long sequence of societies that slowly evolved over many centuries. Their remains have been found in sites like Sanga, Kamilamba, and Kabambian, each layer revealing tools, pottery, and evidence of daily life. By the 10th century, the Upemba region was home to well-organized settlements that produced iron tools, cultivated crops, and traded goods across great distances. The land itself made this possible. The Upemba Depression stretches over hundreds of miles, dotted with seasonal lakes linked by rivers that flow into the mighty Lualaba River, a major headstream of the Congo. During the wet season, the marshes flood, providing abundant fish and fertile soil. During the dry months, the receding waters leave behind rich pastures and exposed mineral resources such as salt. In a world without written maps or modern infrastructure, geography was destiny. These wetlands offered everything a community needed to survive: food, water, transportation routes, and natural defenses. The people of Upemba were skilled at using their environment. They built canoes from hollowed logs to navigate the rivers and exchange goods between villages. They crafted fishing nets and traps suited for the seasonal rhythms of the water. Iron smelting became one of their most important skills. Using clay furnaces and charcoal, they extracted iron from local ore, producing tools that transformed farming and hunting. Iron hoes made it easier to clear land for cultivation. Iron spears and knives improved both defense and hunting efficiency. In turn, iron objects became a form of wealth, something to trade, to gift, and to display. This mastery of the environment created economic surplus, and surplus created opportunity. With more food and resources than a single household could consume, people began to specialize. Some focused on metalworking, others on fishing or salt production. Over time, local trade networks emerged, linking the Upemba lakes with drier regions to the north and south. Salt from the lakes was exchanged for agricultural goods, iron tools for pottery, fish for forest products. The lakes themselves became centers of commerce. Villages clustered around key waterways, each playing a role in a wider economic web. Archaeologists describe these early communities as proto-urban. They were not cities in the sense of stone monuments or palaces, but they were organized societies with shared rituals, leadership structures, and defined zones for work and living. Some sites show evidence of long-term settlement planning. Clusters of homes near smelting furnaces, pottery kilns, and areas used for ritual burials. The presence of imported items like glass beads suggests contact with distant trading partners, possibly through intermediaries linked to Indian Ocean routes. Trade and craft production encouraged more than material wealth. They fostered social complexity. When certain families or clans controlled access to resources such as iron ore or salt flats, they gained prestige and influence. Leadership may have begun as temporary or situational. Perhaps the most skilled smith or the best organizer of fishing expeditions held sway during key moments. Over generations, however, such authority could become hereditary. This gradual shift from communal to centralized leadership laid the groundwork for future political systems. The Upemba depression also nurtured spiritual traditions that reflected the rhythms of its environment. Water, metal, and fertility were sacred symbols. Many scholars believe that the later Luba idea of sacred kingship, where the ruler embodied the fertility and well-being of the land, has roots in these older Upemba beliefs. The connection between human authority and the health of the environment would remain a defining idea in Central African political thought for centuries. The environment also created boundaries that protected these communities. The marshlands were difficult for outsiders to cross, acting as natural fortresses. This allowed the people of Upemba to develop relatively undisturbed for hundreds of years. Yet isolation did not mean stagnation. Between the 10th and 13th centuries, the archaeological record shows steady population growth and increasing sophistication. Pottery styles became more refined. Metal artifacts diversified, including jewelry, weapons, and ceremonial objects. Trade expanded, bringing goods such as copper and exotic beads from far beyond the lakes. The Upemba Basin was part of a much wider Bantu-speaking world that stretched from the forests of West Africa to the savannas of the south. As waves of Bantu-speaking peoples migrated over centuries, they brought with them agricultural knowledge, iron technology, and new languages. The Upemba societies absorbed and adapted these influences, blending them into a distinctive regional culture. Their language, technologies, and rituals would later become the cultural foundation of the Luba people. By the late 1st millennium CE, around the 10th century, the Upemba region had become a center of innovation and exchange. Some of its communities, such as those of the Kabambian culture, were producing fine iron tools, copper ornaments, and high-quality pottery. Archaeologists have found burial sites containing weapons, jewelry, and decorative items, evidence of social ranking and ritual significance. These burials tell us that leadership and hierarchy were emerging, supported by wealth in trade goods and control over resources. It was during this period that the seeds of the Luba state began to take shape. Local leaders, perhaps chiefs or clan heads, managed trade routes and oversaw resource distribution. Cooperation was essential. No single village could control the entire network of lakes and rivers, so alliances and kinship ties bound communities together. This cooperation created a sense of shared identity, a collective understanding that extended beyond individual settlements. Environmental factors continued to guide this development. The abundance of fish provided protein that supported population growth. Iron and salt, both vital commodities, became pillars of the economy. With more mouths to feed and more goods to manage, administrative needs grew. Oral traditions suggest that councils of elders helped settle disputes and coordinate community projects, a political practice that would later become central to Luba governance. Even in its earliest form, leadership in the Upemba Basin was not only about power, it was about balance, consensus, and memory. Archaeological evidence also shows continuity rather than abrupt change. The later Luba state did not appear suddenly but evolved from centuries of adaptation. Each generation inherited systems of trade, belief, and leadership that were refined and reinterpreted. When we speak of the Luba Empire rising from the Upemba Basin, we are not describing a conquest or an invasion. We are describing an organic transformation, from small communities mastering their environment to an organized society with shared institutions and traditions. One of the most remarkable features of this early phase is the continuity of craftsmanship. The ironworking traditions established in Upemba persisted through later centuries, giving the Luba their reputation as skilled metalworkers. Likewise, patterns in pottery design, decorative motifs, and burial customs reveal a consistent cultural thread. In essence, the Upemba world created the blueprint for what the Luba would later perfect, a society sustained by trade, balanced by ritual, and legitimized by shared memory. It is also worth noting the human scale of this achievement. Behind every archaeological term or historical label were families, fishermen tending nets in the shallows, women shaping clay pots beside the water, smiths stoking their furnaces through the night. Their cumulative effort over centuries built the material and moral foundations of an empire yet to come. Though we do not know their names, their work forged the tools, the traditions, and the social habits that made later statehood possible. As the centuries unfolded after the first communities of the Upemba Basin took root, their world began to change in scale and complexity. Between roughly the 10th and 13th centuries, scattered villages evolved into interconnected centers of trade and production. The forces driving this transformation were neither sudden nor violent. They were gradual shifts in economy, environment, and social relations that tied once isolated settlements into what might be called the first Luba sphere of exchange. The starting point for this change was surplus. The Upemba Basin's abundance, its fertile soils, rich fisheries, and mineral resources, had allowed people to produce more than they needed for subsistence. When some families accumulated excess salt, dried fish, or iron tools, they began to trade with neighboring groups who possessed other goods or materials. What began as local barter grew into organized exchange networks. Archaeologists studying sites like Kamilamba and Sanga have uncovered evidence of this early commerce: fragments of pottery from distant styles, imported beads, and copper objects that likely came from beyond the immediate region. These findings suggest a landscape increasingly knit together by movement and contact. Salt was one of the first true currencies of this world. The Upemba lakes produced it naturally as the waters evaporated during the dry season, leaving behind crystalline deposits along the shores. Communities living near the lakes became suppliers for those farther away, exchanging salt for food, textiles, and raw materials. Iron tools also circulated widely. A single well-made hoe or spearhead could hold great value, both practical and symbolic. Over time, this trade fostered new patterns of mobility. Traders traveled by canoe along river routes or by foot across dry uplands, carrying goods between zones of production and consumption. Villages strategically located along these routes became bustling waypoints, hosting markets and accumulating influence. The rise of trade also encouraged innovation in craft and organization. Potters adapted their styles to suit the preferences of distant buyers. Smiths improved furnace designs and began to produce specialized items such as ceremonial blades or jewelry. As production expanded, so did social differentiation. Skilled artisans, successful traders, and clan leaders gained prestige. Wealth was no longer measured only in livestock or land, but in the ability to control and redistribute goods. This marked the beginning of an important social shift, the emergence of an elite class tied not to birth alone, but to control over production and exchange. These growing networks extended beyond the Upemba Basin itself. To the north lay forested regions rich in wild game and plant resources. To the south, open savannas where salt and metal were scarce. The people of the lakes found eager trading partners in both directions. Some scholars believe that by the 12th century, goods from the Upemba Basin were moving along routes that eventually linked to the distant Lualaba River Valley and even farther toward the Congo River system. Through intermediaries, they may have reached networks that connected to the East African coast, where Swahili and Arab merchants traded in cloth, beads, and other exotic goods. The discovery of foreign glass beads and copper ornaments in inland archaeological layers supports this picture of long-distance contact. Yet, trade was never purely economic. It carried cultural meanings and social consequences. Exchanges were often accompanied by rituals, feasting, and marriage alliances. Trade partners became kin through symbolic bonds, reinforcing trust and stability across great distances. In this way, economic networks were also networks of diplomacy and identity. They created what might be called a moral geography, a sense that certain lakes, rivers, and routes were shared spaces governed by customs of reciprocity and respect. With this increase in mobility and interaction came new challenges. The risk of conflict grew as wealth accumulated and different communities competed for control of resources or routes. To manage these tensions, mechanisms of negotiation developed. Councils of elders or lineage heads likely mediated disputes and enforced agreements, ensuring that trade could continue without constant violence. Over time, some leaders became recognized not just for their local authority, but for their role in maintaining regional stability. These figures, proto-chiefs in many ways, would become the political ancestors of later Luba kings and administrators. Environmental conditions also influenced the pattern of exchange. The Upemba Basin experienced periodic fluctuations in water levels driven by climate variation. During wetter phases, some lakes merged, altering transportation routes and settlement locations. During drier phases, salt became scarcer and thus more valuable. Communities adapted by shifting their economic focus and forging new alliances to secure essential goods. These adaptations strengthened social resilience and encouraged cooperation across ecological zones. The people learned that survival depended not on isolation, but on connection. The archaeological record reflects this growing integration. Excavations have revealed layers of cultural continuity stretching across centuries. Similar pottery shapes, shared decorative motifs, and standardized tool types. This consistency suggests frequent communication between communities. People were not simply trading objects, they were sharing ideas, techniques, and styles. Material culture became a form of dialogue, a visual language expressing shared values and mutual recognition. By the later part of this era, between the 12th and 13th centuries, the Upemba network had matured into a complex web of exchange corridors. Some settlements evolved into regional centers, possibly governed by hereditary leaders who coordinated production and trade. These centers acted as nodes connecting hinterland producers to broader markets. The flow of goods encouraged the flow of information. News, innovations, and oral traditions traveled alongside commodities. Such cultural diffusion helped create a broader sense of belonging that transcended clan or village identity. This was the beginning of what historians sometimes call the Luba cultural zone, a region linked by shared language, economic interests, and social customs. The spiritual life of the people also evolved during this period. As trade routes expanded, so did religious ideas. Travelers carried charms, songs, and rituals from one community to another. Certain natural sites along the trade corridors, crossing points, waterfalls, or ancient trees, became sanctuaries where travelers made offerings for protection. Over time, a network of sacred places paralleled the network of markets and settlements, reinforcing the idea that the landscape itself was alive with meaning. These traditions would later play a vital role in defining the spiritual legitimacy of Luba kingship. The expansion of trade and social hierarchy required new forms of memory. Agreements had to be remembered, genealogies preserved, and histories maintained to legitimize claims to power. Without writing, memory itself became an institution. Elders, storytellers, and custodians of lineage traditions served as living archives. They recorded, through oral performance, the origins of clans, the lineage of leaders, and the stories of how alliances were forged. This cultural emphasis on memory would remain central to Luba civilization long after its empire emerged, culminating in the later development of the embodied society and the use of Lukasa memory boards. While archaeological evidence offers tangible proof of these transformations, oral history adds depth to our understanding. According to Luba tradition, before the rise of kings, there were many chiefs, each ruling a cluster of villages. Some traditions even describe the region as a mosaic of small realms connected by kinship and trade. Whether these chiefs existed exactly as described or not, the stories capture an essential truth. Authority was becoming more formalized, and political leadership was moving from local elders to figures with regional influence. This transition from multiple small polities to coordinated governance was a critical step towards statehood. One remarkable aspect of this early system was its flexibility. Unlike later centralized empires, power in this stage of Luba development was likely negotiated rather than imposed. Chiefs gained respect by redistributing wealth, organizing collective labor, and maintaining peace, not by conquest. Their authority rested on consensus and reputation. This cooperative model allowed the network to thrive without rigid hierarchies, preparing the ground for a more institutionalized form of rule in the centuries to come. The social transformation also affected daily life. Markets became gathering places where news was exchanged, marriages arranged, and disputes settled. Traveling traders brought new foods, ornaments, and stories, broadening horizons and sparking curiosity about lands beyond the lakes. The sense of being part of a larger world grew stronger. In these encounters, the seeds of a collective identity, one that would later call itself Luba, began to take shape. By the 13th century, the Upemba heartland had become more than a cluster of villages. It was a dynamic region of shared culture and mutual dependence, bound together by trade routes that ran like lifelines through the landscape. These exchange corridors did not just carry goods, they carried ideas about order, justice, and cooperation. The success of these early systems demonstrated that wealth could be created and sustained through balance rather than domination, through negotiation rather than conquest. This principle would become a lasting feature of Luba governance. As the centuries advanced and the intricate trade networks of the Upemba basin matured, a new kind of history began to emerge, one not recorded in written texts but carried in stories, songs, and rituals. Among these traditions, none is more central to the identity of the Luba people than the legend of Nkongolo Mwamba and Mbidi Kilue. Though wrapped in mythic imagery, this story preserves the memory of a decisive cultural turning point, the passage from fragmented regional chieftaincies to a unified moral and political order that would later define the Luba Empire. In the oral traditions of Central Africa, history is often told through the deeds of exemplary figures. Myths do not simply recount events, they encode lessons about power, justice, and the human relationship to the divine. The story of Nkongolo and Mbidi Kilue belongs to this tradition. It is remembered across generations, not only among the Luba, but also among neighboring peoples who share variations of the same tale. Each retelling offers insight into how the early Luba conceived authority, legitimacy, and the balance between tradition and innovation. According to the most widely known version, Nkongolo Mwamba was an early ruler who controlled a vast territory around the Upemba Lakes. He is often described as the Red King, a symbol that carries several layers of meaning. The color red in Luba cosmology is associated with power, vitality, and blood, the essence of life and kingship, but it also carries connotations of danger, excess, and uncontrolled passion. Nkongolo's rule embodied both aspects. He was a strong leader who maintained order through fear and punishment, but his arrogance and cruelty grew over time. In some traditions, he is said to have demanded absolute obedience and treated his people as subjects rather than kin. Nkongolo's reign, though legendary, likely reflects a real historical phase when political authority in the region was consolidating. As trade wealth increased and networks of villages came under the influence of powerful chiefs, leadership became more centralized. The problem, as the Nkongolo story implies, was that centralization could easily turn into despotism. The Red King personified the dangers of unchecked power, an essential warning in a society that valued balance and moral conduct as the foundation of legitimate rule. Into this setting enters Mbidi Kilue, a figure whose origins remain mysterious and whose story bridges myth and migration history. Oral accounts describe Mbidi as an outsider, a hunter or warrior who arrived from the east, possibly from the direction of the Lualaba or the Great Lakes region. He was said to be noble, disciplined, and endowed with special knowledge of leadership and metalworking. The name Mbidi Kilue itself carries the sense of craftsmanship and divine favor, linking him to the transformative arts of smithing and kingship. In many African traditions, the blacksmith symbolizes renewal, someone who transforms raw material into something purposeful, just as a moral leader transforms chaos into order. When Mbidi Kilue entered Nkongolo's domain, he was welcomed with curiosity. The Red King admired his hunting skills and his confident demeanor, eventually inviting him to remain at the court. For a time, their relationship seemed friendly, but tensions soon developed. Mbidi's calm authority and the respect he commanded among the people began to challenge Nkongolo's dominance. The stories portray the contrast between them in moral terms. Nkongolo ruled through fear and indulgence, while Mbidi embodied restraint, justice, and wisdom. The conflict between the two men thus represents more than a personal rivalry. It is a symbolic confrontation between tyranny and moral governance. The tension reached its peak when Nkongolo, jealous of Mbidi's growing influence, plotted to kill him. Depending on the version of the tale, Mbidi escaped or was warned by loyal followers and fled the kingdom. Before leaving, however, he left behind a legacy that would change everything. A son, Kalala Ilunga, born to Nkongolo's sister. This child, carrying the blood of both the Red King and the outsider, would become the unifying figure of Luba tradition. Through him, the two opposing forces, native authority and reforming vision, would merge into a single lineage, destined to reshape the moral and political order of the region. The figure of Mbidi Kilue thus represents the introduction of a new ideal of kingship. His story teaches that authority must be guided by moral restraint and sacred responsibility. In this sense, Mbidi is not merely a hero, but a cultural archetype, the model of the rightful ruler who governs for the good of the community rather than for personal gain. This concept, which may have taken root in the 13th or 14th centuries, would later crystallize into the institution of Balapwe, or sacred kingship, that defined the Luba state. While the myth itself resists literal interpretation, it mirrors historical processes that scholars can trace through archaeology and comparative oral traditions. The arrival of Mbidi Kilue may symbolize the migration or cultural influence of groups from the East, bringing new political models and ritual systems. The tension with Nkongolo's rule echoes the real challenges faced by emerging centralized polities that sought to balance authority with collective consensus. The narrative's endurance across generations suggests that it recorded a genuine moment of transformation, one so profound that it could only be preserved in the language of myth. Beyond its moral and political message, the story of Nkongolo and Mbidi Kilue also reflects how the Luba people understood memory itself. In Luba cosmology, history is not static but cyclical. Past events live on in rituals, proverbs, and performances. Each telling of the Nkongolo cycle reaffirms the moral foundations of society. During royal ceremonies in later centuries, storytellers would recount the tale to remind rulers of their obligations and to warn them against repeating the Red King's excesses. In this way, myth became a constitutional principle, a living reminder that moral legitimacy is the true source of power. The myth also provides insight into gender and kinship structures. Nkongolo's sister plays a pivotal role as the mother of Kalala Ilunga. Her union with Mbidi Kilue unites two lineages, one representing native authority, the other reforming innovation. Through her, the legitimacy of the future dynasty is secured. This emphasis on maternal lineage reflects the Luba system of matrilineal descent, in which inheritance and succession often passed through the mother's line. It suggests that even in mythic times, the Luba recognized women as carriers of legitimacy and continuity. At a deeper level, the story symbolizes the fusion of two complementary principles that recur throughout African political philosophy: the autochthonous and the foreign, the local and the transformative. Nkongolo represents the rooted, indigenous power tied to the land and its traditions. Mbidi Kilue represents the creative, renewing force that arrives from outside, bringing new forms of order and spirituality. The resolution of their conflict through Kalala Ilunga's birth expresses the idea that lasting stability arises not from purity or isolation, but from synthesis. A society endures by integrating new ideas without abandoning its moral foundations. For the Luba, these stories were not distant legends but frameworks for understanding the present. The memory of Nkongolo and Mbidi shaped political rituals, succession rules, and the moral education of rulers for centuries. When later kings were enthroned, they were reminded that they stood in the lineage of Kalala Ilunga, the son of moral balance, who reconciled the excesses of his maternal uncle with the justice of his father. This lineage offered both divine sanction and a constant warning: power divorced from morality leads to ruin. The enduring influence of this myth across Central Africa also shows how deeply interconnected the region had become by this period. Variations of the same narrative appear among the Lunda, Hemba, and other neighboring peoples, each adapting the story to their own historical context. Such diffusion suggests sustained cultural exchange long before European contact. The moral and political ideals embedded in the Nkongolo cycle became a shared vocabulary of authority across the Luba-Lunda world, a kind of ideological foundation for the polities that would dominate Central Africa in the centuries to follow. The story's transmission through oral performance ensured its vitality. Griots and ritual specialists preserved the tale through memorized sequences of names, songs, and gestures. Each performance was both history and moral instruction. As one elder from the Luba region once explained to ethnographers, "When we tell of Nkongolo and Mbidi, we remind ourselves that power without the heart is death." Such expressions reveal how oral tradition functioned not merely to entertain, but to guide behavior and reaffirm collective values. By the time the legend solidified in collective memory, its moral message had become institutionalized. Luba rulers were expected to act as balapwi, custodians of the sacred covenant between the land, the ancestors, and the people. Their duty was not only political, but spiritual. They were to ensure harmony between humans and nature, maintain justice, and preserve the rituals that linked the living to their ancestors. In this way, the myth of the Red King and the outsider hero did not just tell of the past, it shaped the ethical code of the future. Although historians cannot assign precise dates to these mythic events, their emergence aligns with the period when Luba society was transitioning toward more centralized rule, perhaps between the 13th and 15th centuries. The combination of expanding trade, population growth, and evolving leadership structures created both the opportunity and the necessity for a new vision of governance. The story of Nkongolo and Mbidi provided exactly that, a moral and ideological charter for the age of kingdoms. By linking power to moral restraint, the Luba redefined what it meant to rule. Authority was not simply a matter of command, but of alignment with cosmic and ancestral order. This belief would distinguish Luba kingship from many of its contemporaries. It explains why, even centuries later, European travelers and missionaries remarked on the spiritual aura that surrounded Luba rulers. They were seen not only as political leaders, but as embodiments of ancestral wisdom and moral law. From the union of two lineages, one born of the earth and one born of change, emerged a figure destined to define a new moral and political order. Kalala Ilunga, the son of Nkongolo's sister and Mbidi stands at the center of Luba memory as both hero and founder. His life bridges the world of myth and the dawn of recorded tradition. Through him, the lessons of the Red King's tyranny and the outsider's wisdom became living principles of leadership, shaping the birth of the first Luba dynasty. In the oral traditions of the Luba and related peoples, Kalala Ilunga is remembered not simply as a conqueror, but as the embodiment of balance. He carried within him the blood of two opposing forces, Nkongolo Mwamba's raw native authority and Mbidi disciplined moral vision. This dual heritage gave him both legitimacy and a sense of mission. He was heir to the land's ancient lineage through his mother and to the ethical reform brought by his father. In Luba cosmology, this dual inheritance was not a contradiction, but a harmony, expressing the idea that true kingship unites the sacred and the human, the traditional and the innovative. The story begins with Kalala's birth, which the traditions present as both miraculous and politically dangerous. Nkongolo, the Red King, did not initially know of his sister's union with the exiled Kilue. When he learned that she had borne a son, he grew suspicious and fearful. Some versions say he sought to kill the child, fearing a rival with divine favor. Others suggest that Kalala was sent away for his own safety, raised in hiding under the guidance of elders loyal to his mother's lineage. In either case, the theme is clear. The future reformer of the kingdom begins his life as an exile, a motif common to the myths of founders across the world. Exile symbolizes purification and preparation. Removed from the corruption of Nkongolo's court, Kalala would grow in strength, wisdom, and moral clarity. As a young man, Kalala Ilunga distinguished himself through discipline and courage. He mastered the crafts of warfare, hunting, and governance. But unlike Nkongolo, he did not rule through fear. Oral accounts praise his restraint, his fairness in judgment, and his ability to inspire loyalty rather than demand it. The people saw in him a reflection of the ideals that Kilue had once represented. Slowly, his reputation spread through the region, carried by traders, messengers, and kin networks that connected the lakes and river valleys of the Upemba heartland. When Nkongolo's tyranny deepened, many chiefs and commoners alike began to turn their allegiance toward the young prince. They whispered that the time of renewal had come, that the moral disorder symbolized by the Red King's excesses had to be restored through rightful leadership. The legend says that Kalala eventually returned to challenge his uncle, setting in motion a conflict that would not only decide who ruled but also define what rule itself meant. The confrontation between them was not merely political but cosmological. It represented the struggle between chaos and order, injustice and moral balance. In some versions of the tale, Kalala Ilunga defeats Nkongolo in open battle. In others, he triumphs through spiritual power or divine sanction, proving his legitimacy before the ancestors. However the details vary, the outcome is the same. Nkongolo is overthrown, and the Red King's reign of excess gives way to a new era of justice and sacred responsibility. The victory of Kalala Ilunga is therefore not only a story of conquest, but of moral renewal. It is the moment when the principle of bulopwe, or sacred kingship, first enters Luba political life. Sacred kingship in the Luba world was not simply the rule of a monarch. It was a covenant between the ruler, the people, and the ancestors. The king was expected to embody balance, ensuring harmony between humans and nature, between the living and the dead, and between spiritual and worldly powers. Kalala Ilunga's triumph was remembered as the moment when kingship was redefined, not as domination, but as service to the cosmic order. Through him, political leadership became inseparable from moral virtue. Historically, this transition likely reflects the consolidation of power among the Luba in the late first millennium and early second millennium of the Common Era, when expanding trade networks and increasing social complexity required a more centralized system of governance. Kalala Ilunga's story thus preserves in symbolic form the process by which multiple chiefdoms and lineages were unified under a single political and spiritual ideology. His victory over Nkongolo represents the triumph of an emerging moral political order that would sustain the Luba Empire for centuries to come. After his ascent, Kalala Ilunga established new laws and institutions to ensure that no ruler could ever repeat the excesses of the Red King. He appointed councils of elders and ritual specialists to advise the throne, ensuring that decisions were made through consensus rather than impulse. These councils later evolved into the institutional core of Luba governance, balancing the sacred authority of the Mulopwe, the king, with the wisdom and accountability of community elders. In this structure, one can see the early outlines of the sophisticated political system that would later impress both African neighbors and European observers alike. Kalala also reorganized the spiritual life of the kingdom. He strengthened the rituals that connected the ruler to the ancestors, making them the guardians of political legitimacy. Every king thereafter would be reminded that he held power not by personal right, but by ancestral mandate. This idea would become so deeply embedded in Luba culture that even centuries later, Rulers were judged by their ability to maintain moral equilibrium. When a king failed in this duty, droughts, misfortune, or disease were interpreted as signs that he had lost the favor of the ancestors. The reign of Kalala Ilunga also marked the beginning of a cultural renaissance in art, ritual, and oral tradition. New forms of symbolism emerged to express the ideals of sacred kingship. Regalia, such as iron staffs, carved wooden figures, and ceremonial axes, became extensions of royal authority, embodying the power and responsibility of leadership. The motifs carved into these objects, serpents, suns, and concentric circles, spoke of continuity, transformation, and cosmic order. These symbols were not merely decorative, they were instruments of governance, reminding both ruler and subject of the sacred nature of their social contract. The establishment of centralized rule under Kalala Ilunga brought stability to a region that had long been fragmented by local rivalries. Trade flourished once again, but now it was guided by a unified moral framework. The surplus of iron, copper, and salt could be redistributed through royal networks, reinforcing loyalty and sustaining the population during times of scarcity. Tribute flowed toward the center, but so too did protection and justice. The new monarchy became the axis around which the regional economy and spiritual life revolved. One of Kalala Ilunga's most enduring achievements was the creation of a lineage system that linked political legitimacy to kinship and memory. He understood that no human ruler could last forever, but that institutions rooted in ancestry could endure. By establishing his descendants as guardians of the sacred covenant, he ensured continuity beyond his lifetime. This dynastic principle became a model for later Luba and Lunda states, which traced their origins back to Kalala's reforming vision. The personal qualities attributed to Kalala in oral accounts reinforce this ideal of leadership. He is portrayed as neither distant nor tyrannical, but as a ruler who listened to counsel and acted with measured strength. His victories were moral as much as military, his wisdom both practical and spiritual. He was said to teach that a leader's heart must beat in rhythm with the land, a phrase that captures the Luba belief that good governance sustains both people and nature. Whether or not he ever spoke those exact words, the sentiment reflects the ethical foundation he established. Kalala's influence extended far beyond his lifetime. His descendants carried his name and his ideals into new territories, spreading the principles of sacred kingship across Central Africa. Neighboring peoples adopted versions of the Luba model, blending it with their own customs. Over time, the legacy of Kalala Ilunga became a cultural template that shaped kingdoms from the Kasai to the Katanga regions. The idea that moral authority legitimizes political power, first articulated in his story, became one of the defining characteristics of Central African governance. Through centuries of oral transmission, Kalala Ilunga's memory remained vibrant. His name was invoked in ceremonies, his deeds retold in initiation rituals, and his image represented in sculpture and dance. Each generation reinterpreted his story according to its own challenges. Yet the core message remained the same. Just leadership depends on moral balance. In this sense, Kalala Ilunga was not only a historical founder, but a moral compass, guiding rulers through the uncertain currents of time. The transformation he inspired also redefined how the Luba understood history itself. The transition from the chaotic rule of Nkongolo to the sacred order of Kalala marked the beginning of collective memory as a political tool. From this point onward, history would be curated, preserved, and performed to sustain legitimacy. The role of storytellers, ritual specialists, and memory keepers, later embodied in the Embodied society, originated in the need to record and transmit the principles of Kalala's governance. Memory became the guardian of morality, ensuring that the lessons of the past would remain alive in the present. When Kalala Ilunga's triumph ended the age of the Red King, it did more than replace one ruler with another. It reshaped the entire idea of what it meant to govern. Out of the lessons of tyranny and renewal emerged a new system, one that blended divine symbolism with practical administration. In the centuries that followed, the Luba transformed this vision into one of the most stable and sophisticated political systems in pre-colonial Central Africa. At its heart stood two principles: Balapwe, the sacred kingship that embodied moral and spiritual authority, and Bena Bananshi, the councils and officials who ensured that authority was exercised justly. Together, they created a dynamic equilibrium between holiness and governance, between divine right and human reason. The Luba understanding of kingship began from the premise that no ruler was merely human. The king, or Malapwe, was seen as the living conduit between the ancestors, the land, and the people. His legitimacy flowed from spiritual alignment, not personal ambition. Yet this spiritual position was balanced by strict limitations. The king's sacredness did not mean absolute power. It meant greater responsibility. The Mulapwe was bound by ritual law, accountable to councils of elders, and obligated to rule with restraint. This arrangement reflected the enduring moral lessons of the conflict between Nkongolo Mwamba and Kalala Ilunga. Power, the Luba believed, must always be tempered by wisdom. After Kalala Ilunga's reign, the first generations of his successors began to institutionalize these principles. Oral traditions speak of early kings such as Ilunga Kabale and Kabalu Kalanga, rulers who helped formalize the rituals and administrative offices that sustained the kingdom. Their work transformed personal charisma into stable structure. What had begun as a moral vision became an enduring system of governance, flexible enough to manage a vast territory, yet firm enough to maintain unity across generations. The cornerstone of this new state was the concept of the sacred covenant between ruler and people. Upon accession, a Luba king underwent an elaborate initiation ceremony that reaffirmed his connection to the ancestors and bound him to the ethical code of leadership. The rituals included symbolic acts such as purification, offerings to ancestral shrines, and oaths to uphold justice. The ceremony was not a coronation in the European sense. It was a moral contract. By accepting the throne, the Mulapwe also accepted the weight of collective memory, the responsibility to preserve harmony between the spiritual and material worlds. The king's authority was expressed through sacred regalia that embodied his moral duties. Objects such as the royal stool, the iron staff, and the ceremonial axe carried deep symbolic meaning. The stool represented continuity. Each ruler sitting upon it was literally and spiritually supported by his predecessors. The iron staff symbolized the king's duty to uphold order, while the axe represented both justice and the potential for divine punishment if that order was broken. These items were not mere insignia of power. They were visual theology, reminders that kingship itself was a form of service. To prevent the concentration of unchecked authority, the Luba developed an intricate system of councils and offices that surrounded the throne. Each had defined responsibilities and spiritual significance. The Balapwe ruled with the council of elders drawn from the leading clans, representing the collective wisdom of the community. These elders were not passive advisors. They held real power, capable of challenging or guiding royal decisions. Their authority derived from ancestral sanction and communal respect rather than royal appointment. The king might command armies, but the councils commanded legitimacy. Among the most influential of these institutions was the Bambudi Society, often described as the men and women of memory. Although it would later evolve into a more formalized order, its roots lay in this early period when the preservation of collective history became essential to stable governance. The Bambudi acted as keepers of law, custodians of genealogies, and interpreters of the kingdom's moral code. They advised the king by recalling precedents from the past, stories of justice, failure, and redemption that guided decision-making. In essence, they served as the conscience of the state. The system of councils also extended beyond the royal court. Provincial chiefs, known as Balopwe Bamikolo, managed local territories but remained accountable to the central authority through networks of kinship and ritual obligation. Each province maintained its own council of elders and ritual specialists, mirroring the structure of the royal court. This replication of hierarchy ensured coherence across the kingdom. Governance was decentralized in practice but unified in principle, a model that allowed the Luba state to endure across vast distances without collapsing under its own weight. One of the distinctive features of the Luba system was its reliance on consensus rather than coercion. Decisions of state were made through deliberation, and leadership was validated by collective assent. This emphasis on consensus reflected the Luba moral philosophy that truth and justice emerge from dialogue. The king's voice carried great weight, but it was not infallible. Councils of elders had the moral authority to remind him of ancestral law and, if necessary, to ritually withdraw their support, a profound form of accountability that ensured balance between ruler and ruled. This integration of spiritual and political checks created a government that was both sacred and pragmatic. While the king's divine status inspired reverence, the councils ensured that governance remained grounded in communal values. This equilibrium made the Luba model distinct from purely autocratic systems. It combined charisma with institution, faith with policy. In this synthesis lay its longevity. Ritual and law reinforced each other at every level. For example, disputes between communities were often settled through divination rituals supervised by both royal and local authorities. The outcome of such ceremonies carried binding moral weight, preventing conflicts from escalating into cycles of vengeance. In this way, religion and governance were inseparable. Justice was not only a legal matter, but a spiritual restoration of harmony. The same principle applied to economic affairs. Tribute was collected not as taxation in the modern sense, but as an offering that renewed the bond between subjects and ruler. In return, the king redistributed resources during communal feasts and public works, demonstrating his generosity and fulfilling his sacred duty of reciprocity. The evolution of sacred kingship also brought changes to gender and succession practices. Because Luba descent was matrilineal, the mother's lineage remained crucial in legitimizing rulers. Queens, sisters, and maternal aunts held respected positions within the royal household, serving as mediators between the masculine authority of kingship and the feminine lineage that conferred legitimacy. This balance between male and female principles mirrored the broader Luba cosmology, where creation and order arose from harmony between complementary forces. Through this structure, power was not monopolized but shared across gendered domains, each reinforcing the other's authority. Beyond its internal organization, the Luba state projected influence through diplomacy and cultural exchange. Neighboring communities adopted its political symbols and sought alliance through intermarriage or tribute. The sacred nature of Luba kingship gave it an aura that extended far beyond its borders. Chiefs who embraced Luba rituals could claim moral prestige, linking themselves to the central heartland's ancestral legitimacy. In this way, the Luba state expanded not by conquest but by replication, its institutions spreading through persuasion and respect. The sophistication of this political order impressed later European observers who encountered its remnants in the 19th century, though they often misunderstood its principles. They saw monarchy but missed its moral foundation. They noted councils but failed to grasp their sacred dimension. What to them appeared as hierarchy was, in reality, a carefully balanced network of moral obligations. The Luba system endured because it rested on ethical consensus, not on coercion. Even after centuries of change, this equilibrium between divine kingship and communal authority remained the core of its strength. The early Luba state also developed administrative practices that demonstrated remarkable foresight. Titles and offices were often associated with specific symbols or ritual duties, ensuring continuity even when individual office holders changed. For instance, the Ndala, the keeper of the royal drum, was responsible not only for music but for maintaining the heartbeat of the kingdom's ceremonial life. The Mulandwi, the royal messenger, was more than a courier. He was a ritual participant in maintaining the flow of information that linked the king to his people. Every role had a moral as well as a practical function, reinforcing the unity of the sacred and the administrative. Communication between the royal center and local territories relied on a combination of kinship ties, ritual gatherings, and emissaries. Chiefs and elders regularly visited the capital to renew oaths of loyalty and participate in festivals. These gatherings were opportunities for cultural exchange, dispute resolution, and reaffirmation of unity. Through such mechanisms, the Luba maintained a sense of cohesion across distances that might otherwise have fragmented lesser states. The shared participation in ritual life made loyalty not only a political act, but a spiritual duty. The philosophy underlying sacred kingship and council rule also extended into education and moral formation. Young men and women underwent initiation ceremonies where they learned the principles of respect, cooperation, and memory. These rites reinforced the belief that every individual shared responsibility for maintaining social harmony. The moral education of citizens mirrored the political education of rulers, ensuring that the same ethical code governed all levels of society. It was a system designed not only to rule, but to endure. Over time, these institutions produced a distinctive political culture that valued moderation and balance above all. When conflicts arose between clans, provinces, or leaders, they were resolved through negotiation rooted in historical precedent. The Bambudi memory specialists played a crucial role here, recalling past examples to guide the present. Their knowledge served as both archive and constitution, a living record of the moral boundaries within which authority must operate. This reliance on memory rather than written law was not a weakness. It was a strength, allowing the system to adapt while preserving continuity. As the Luba state matured, it faced a new challenge: how to preserve its ideals and institutions across generations without written records. The empire's foundation rested on sacred kingship and collective wisdom, but memory itself had to be safeguarded. To forget was to lose the moral compass that bound ruler and people together. From this need emerged one of the most remarkable institutions in African history, the Embodied Society, sometimes called the Men and Women of Memory. Through them, history became governance, and recollection became law. Their instrument of power was not a sword or throne, but a small carved wooden board known as the Lukasa, a tactile archive that held the living memory of the kingdom. The Embodied Society likely took shape during the later consolidation of the Luba state, as the growing complexity of governance required systematic ways to remember precedent and lineage. While oral storytelling had always been central to Luba culture, the Embodied elevated memory into an organized institution. Its members served as historians, judges, moral philosophers, and keepers of the sacred covenant that linked the living to their ancestors. By preserving the stories of rulers, laws, and moral lessons, they ensured that the kingdom remained anchored to its founding principles, even as new generations rose to power. Membership in the Embodied was selective and based on initiation. Both men and women could join, though their roles differed slightly. Initiates underwent long periods of instruction, during which they learned the oral corpus of Luba history, political philosophy, and ritual practice. They memorized lineages, major events, laws, and symbolic meanings associated with objects, places, and gestures. The process was not simply rote memorization, it was a moral education. To become a member of the Embodied was to enter into a covenant of truthfulness and responsibility. The society's authority depended on its members' reputation for integrity, since their words carried the weight of law and tradition. Central to their practice was the Lukasa, the memory board that encapsulated the Luba understanding of knowledge. At first glance, a Lukasa might appear to be a small, decorated piece of wood, often shaped like a shield or an hourglass. Its surface was covered with beads, shells, and carvings arranged in deliberate patterns. Each bead, color, and position held meaning, corresponding to events, places, genealogies, or abstract concepts. To the untrained eye, it was a piece of art. To the initiated, it was a library. When a Embodied member touched the Lukasa during recitation, each gesture triggered associations that brought forth entire narratives. The act of reading a lukasa was therefore performative. It required both tactile engagement and oral expression. Through the lukasa, memory became a shared, living act rather than a static record. Knowledge was preserved not by fixing it in writing, but by embedding it in community practice. During public ceremonies, elders of the embodied would use the lukasa to recount histories or adjudicate disputes. The recitation was not identical each time. It adapted to context, emphasizing the aspects of tradition most relevant to the issue at hand. This flexibility gave Luba law its resilience. The past was not a burden to be repeated, but a resource to interpret. In this way, the lukasa functioned as both archive and constitution. The embodied society's authority extended deep into the political structure of the Luba kingdom. Its members served as advisors to the king, reminding him of ancestral precedents and moral expectations. During royal ceremonies, the embodied recited the histories of previous rulers, connecting the present king to the sacred lineage of Kalala Ilunga. These recitations reinforced the moral contract that defined Luba kingship. The ruler was not a sovereign above law, but a custodian within it. When kings faltered, the embodied could invoke history to correct them, citing the actions of past rulers as cautionary examples. In this sense, the embodied functioned as both historian and conscience of the state. Their influence also extended to succession and legal arbitration. When disputes arose over lineage or inheritance, embodied members consulted their collective memory to trace genealogies and determine rightful claims. In doing so, they ensured that transitions of power remained orderly and legitimate. Their authority to recall the past made them arbiters of the present. This role required extraordinary intellectual discipline. A single lukasa might encode hundreds of years of historical information, preserved through a complex system of associations that only the initiated could interpret. The significance of the lukasa went beyond governance. It embodied the Luba worldview itself. In Luba cosmology, knowledge is not separate from the knower. It is activated through human interaction. The lukasa therefore symbolizes the unity of object, person, and memory. To touch it is to participate in history. The beads and carvings represent not fixed facts, but relationships between ancestors and descendants, between events and moral lessons, between the physical world and the spiritual one. In this way, the lukasa expresses a philosophy of knowledge as interconnectedness. The past is not dead. It lives in the gestures and voices of those who remember. Archaeologists and historians who later encountered lukasa boards in the 19th century were often astonished by their sophistication. European visitors to the Luba heartland noted that the embodied's system of memory seemed almost mathematical in its structure. Yet for the Luba, it was never a technical tool. It was a spiritual practice. The lukasa was stored and handled with reverence, often kept in sacred enclosures within the royal compound or the homes of senior embodied members. Only initiates were permitted to interpret its meanings fully. To misuse or distort the lukasa was a grave moral offense, equivalent to falsifying the word of the ancestors. The existence of such a system reveals much about how the Luba conceived history. For them, history was not linear, but cyclical. Each generation revisited and reinterpreted ancestral wisdom, renewing the covenant that bound past and present. The embodied ensured that this cycle remained unbroken. Their recitations often began with cosmological origins, tracing the descent of humanity from the Creator and the emergence of order from chaos. From there, they moved through the dynastic lineages, recounting moral triumphs and failures as lessons for contemporary life. In this way, every act of remembrance was also an act of renewal, a reaffirmation of the Luba's place within the universe. The embodied's influence also extended to artistic and ritual life. Many of the iconic motifs found in Luba sculpture, textiles, and ceremonial regalia originated within embodied symbolism. The recurrent imagery of hands, spirals, and double lines on carvings and regalia reflects the same cosmological ideas encoded in Lukasa boards: unity, duality, and continuity. These visual forms communicated political philosophy without the need for written language. They reminded the viewer that governance and spirituality were intertwined, and that memory was the foundation of both. One of the most fascinating aspects of the embodied tradition is its gender inclusiveness. Women played vital roles as custodians of memory, particularly in their capacities as queens, royal sisters, and mothers of kings. Their voices carried the matrilineal authority upon which Luba legitimacy rested. Female members of the embodied were often responsible for preserving songs, rituals, and genealogical knowledge related to the maternal line. In ceremonies of succession, women's recitations confirmed the rightful heir's legitimacy. This balance between male and female memory mirrored the balance within Luba cosmology. Creation and continuity required both. The pedagogical methods of the embodied were equally remarkable. Learning was interactive and experiential. Apprentices learned to read Lukasa boards by touch, guided by elders who recited corresponding histories. The training combined sensory, intellectual, and moral dimensions, reinforcing the idea that knowledge involves the whole person. Initiates were also taught ethical behavior, for their authority depended on moral integrity. To become a embodied historian was to become a guardian of truth, bound by sacred oaths to speak only what had been faithfully transmitted. Beyond its domestic functions, the embodied institution contributed to the Luba's regional influence. As Luba culture spread through trade and migration, its system of memory governance inspired similar practices among neighboring peoples, including the Lunda, Songye, and Hemba. Each adapted the concept of ritualized history to local traditions, creating a network of societies united by shared methods of remembering. Through these connections, the Luba model of governance extended far beyond its geographic boundaries, shaping the political culture of Central Africa for centuries. The embodied also acted as a stabilizing force during times of crisis. When succession disputes, external threats, or natural disasters unsettled the kingdom, the elders turned to the Lukasa for guidance. By recalling how ancestors had resolved similar challenges, the embodied offered both moral reassurance and practical precedent. Their ability to draw lessons from the past helped prevent instability and maintained continuity across generations. In this way, memory itself became a form of resilience, a shield against the erosion of identity. It is important to understand that for the Luba, the past was not merely a record of what had happened, but a moral field that shaped what could happen. The stories preserved by the embodied were not neutral accounts. They were moral templates. To forget them was to risk losing one's humanity. The philosopher of memory in Luba thought was not a distant scholar, but a living participant in society's moral order. In the words attributed to one elder, the Lukasa speaks only when we listen with the heart. That simple sentence captures the essence of Luba philosophy. Knowledge is not detached information. It is lived truth. By the time the moral and political systems of sacred kingship and institutional memory were firmly established, the Luba world entered an era of consolidation. This was the phase when principles turned into power, when the ideals of balance, ritual governance, and historical continuity were transformed into a stable, organized kingdom that commanded loyalty from countless villages across the Upemba Basin. From the 14th to the 16th centuries, the Luba heartland became the foundation upon which one of Central Africa's most influential civilizations would stand. Its strength came not from conquest alone, but from an intricate web of alliances, trade, kinship, and shared belief. The Upemba Basin, with its chain of lakes and fertile marshlands, continued to provide the physical and economic base for this expansion. The geography that had once nurtured early village communities now served as the stage for organized statecraft. The rivers that linked one lake to another became arteries of administration and exchange. The same waterways that once carried canoes of traders now also carried envoys of the king, emissaries of the councils, and carriers of tribute. The Luba rulers understood that geography could serve as both defense and connection. By controlling the lakes and the routes between them, they controlled communication, trade, and, ultimately, power. Archaeological and oral evidence suggests that during this period, the Luba established several important centers that functioned as regional capitals or ritual hubs. Each had its own local leadership tied by kinship and allegiance to the Mulapwi, the sacred king. These centers were not walled cities in the European sense, but well-organized settlements marked by specialized labor and clear hierarchies. At the heart of each stood the royal compound, surrounded by the dwellings of council members, artisans, and ritual specialists. Beyond these core settlements stretched zones of cultivation and smaller villages linked through tribute and trade. This phase of consolidation also saw the refinement of political hierarchy. The Mulapwi remained the spiritual center of the kingdom, but his rule was increasingly mediated through appointed officials and hereditary chiefs. Local leaders, known as Balopwe Bamikolo, acted as both governors and ritual custodians. They collected tribute, maintained order, and represented their regions in the royal councils. Their authority was legitimized through ritual investiture performed by emissaries from the capital, ensuring that even distant territories remained bound to the sacred center by both law and ceremony. This system of delegated authority allowed the Luba to govern a vast and varied landscape without the need for standing armies or permanent bureaucracies. Economically, the Upemba heartland flourished as never before. Iron smelting continued to thrive, supported by abundant forests that provided charcoal for furnaces. Metal tools and weapons became major trade commodities, linking the Luba to neighboring regions. Salt remained a prized resource, extracted from the evaporating shallows of the lakes and transported along well-established trade routes. Fish, dried and preserved, served as a stable source of protein and a valuable item for barter. The combination of metallurgy, salt production, and fishing created a diversified economy that sustained both local communities and royal institutions. The surplus generated by this economy supported the elaborate system of tribute that maintained the kingdom's political balance. Tribute was not simply taxation, it was an expression of loyalty and moral obligation. Chiefs sent goods such as iron hose, copper ornaments, ivory, and foodstuffs to the capital, where they were redistributed during royal ceremonies or used to support the court and its guests. In return, the Mulapwi offered protection, spiritual blessings, and the prestige of connection to the ancestral line. This reciprocal relationship between ruler and ruled reinforced unity and stability. It transformed economic exchange into moral order. Trade beyond the borders of the Upemba Basin also expanded significantly during this era. The Luba controlled key routes connecting the mineral-rich regions of southern Congo with distant markets to the west and north. Through intermediary networks, goods such as copper, salt, and iron flowed outward, while exotic items, beads, cloth, and perhaps even cowries, flowed inward. The growth of long-distance trade brought not only material wealth, but also new ideas and cultural influences. Yet the Luba managed this openness carefully, ensuring that foreign contact did not disrupt the moral balance of the kingdom. Traders were often required to participate in local rituals or offer gifts to local spirits, symbolically integrating them into the Luba world. The social fabric of the heartland deepened during this time as well. Distinct classes began to emerge, though Luba society remained relatively fluid compared to rigid caste systems elsewhere. The royal family and high officials formed the upper stratum, followed by regional chiefs, ritual specialists, and skilled artisans. Farmers, hunters, and fishermen made up the majority of the population, their labor sustaining the kingdom's wealth. What bound all these layers together was the shared understanding that each person, regardless of rank, contributed to the harmony of the whole. The idea of moral balance extended beyond politics into daily life. Cooperation, respect for elders, and adherence to custom were seen as essential to communal well-being. Cultural and artistic expression reached new heights during this period of consolidation. The royal court became a center of artistic innovation, sponsoring carvers, weavers, and smiths whose work reflected the kingdom's ideals. Wooden figures representing ancestors or spirits were created with exquisite detail, their symmetrical forms expressing balance and inner strength. Copper and iron ornaments symbolized wealth and divine favor. Ceremonial objects used in rituals and investitures, such as staffs, axes, and cups, were crafted with both aesthetic precision and spiritual intention. Art was not decoration, it was governance made visible. Each piece affirmed the unity of sacred and social order. The stability of the Upemba heartland also allowed for the flourishing of education and initiation systems. Youths were trained not only in practical skills but also in the moral codes and historical traditions of the Luba people. Initiation ceremonies emphasized the value of memory, restraint, and service. Elders and members of the embodied society played central roles in teaching the next generation about their ancestors, their duties, and the sacred stories that defined their identity. This continuity of knowledge ensured that Luba culture remained resilient even as political boundaries shifted. Religion and ritual practice were equally central to the consolidation process. The ancestral shrines scattered across the lakes and river valleys were unified under a coherent system of belief centered on the sacred kingship. The king was seen as the living mediator between the people and the spirits of the ancestors. Major ceremonies marked the agricultural calendar, planting, harvest, and fishing seasons, linking cosmic order to human labor. Offerings of food, drink, and crafted objects were made to ensure fertility and abundance. In these rituals, every layer of society participated, reinforcing the shared sense of belonging to a divinely ordered universe. One of the keys to the Luba's enduring strength was their adaptability. While their political and moral systems were firmly rooted in tradition, they were flexible enough to incorporate new realities. When population growth or environmental change required the establishment of new settlements, the principles of sacred kingship and council rule were replicated in miniature. Each new community carried with it the symbolic structure of the kingdom, the balance between leader and elders, between memory and innovation. This fractal organization allowed the Luba to expand organically, extending their influence without losing cohesion. Relations with neighboring peoples during this period were defined more by integration than by conquest. The Luba rarely relied on warfare to extend their reach. Instead, they used diplomacy, marriage alliances, and ritual adoption. Neighboring chiefs were often invited to participate in Luba ceremonies or to send emissaries to the royal court. Through these exchanges, they absorbed elements of Luba political culture, adopting its symbols and moral codes. In time, many of these allied communities identified themselves as part of the broader Luba world, blurring the boundaries between core and periphery. The expansion of influence was cultural before it was territorial. The stability achieved during these centuries also fostered internal peace and population growth. With consistent food supplies, established trade networks, and clear systems of governance, communities could thrive. Archaeological remains from this era, pottery fragments, iron tools, and settlement patterns, show evidence of prosperity and long-term habitation. The Luba heartland was no longer a collection of lake villages. It had become a political and cultural landscape with defined centers, traditions, and institutions. The ideals of moral kingship and remembered history had become tangible realities, visible in the daily lives of the people. By the time the Luba heartland had become politically unified and culturally stable, its prosperity rested on a powerful economic foundation. The geography of the Upemba basin provided not only sustenance but also wealth that could be transformed, traded, and reinvested into the institutions of the kingdom. From the 14th to the 16th centuries, the Luba economy became one of the most productive and diversified in Central Africa. Its resources, copper, iron, salt, and fish, were more than commodities. They were instruments of social cohesion and political strength. Each of these industries sustained a network of interdependence that reached from the smallest fishing village to the royal court itself. The Luba understanding of economy differed fundamentally from the extractive systems later imposed by colonial powers. Production was not solely about accumulation or profit. It was about sustaining balance within the community and maintaining harmony between people and nature. Labor was viewed as a moral activity, blessed by the ancestors and regulated by ritual. Whether mining ore, smelting metal, or harvesting fish, each act was accompanied by prayers and offerings to ensure that the land's generosity did not turn to wrath. The economy, like governance, was sacred at its core. Among the Luba's most significant resources was copper. The southern reaches of the kingdom, near the regions that would later become Katanga, contained some of the richest copper deposits on the continent. The metal was highly valued both for its practical uses and its symbolic power. It was used to make tools, weapons, jewelry, and ritual objects. Its reddish sheen represented vitality and connection to the life force, echoing the symbolism of blood and the earth. Archaeological evidence from the wider Luba-Lunda area shows that copper mining and smelting were already established industries long before European contact, and oral traditions describe copper workers as people of special status, guardians of transformative knowledge. Mining copper required considerable skill and organization. Ore was extracted using stone hammers and wooden wedges, then transported to smelting sites near forests where charcoal could be produced. The furnaces, built from clay and stone, were masterpieces of indigenous engineering, capable of reaching high temperatures through carefully designed airflow channels. The smelters worked in teams, each member assigned to a specific task, fueling the fire, operating bellows, or tending the molten metal. When the smelting was complete, the copper was poured into molds or hammered into rods and bracelets that served as both currency and ornament. These copper ingots, sometimes called hamba or empanza, circulated widely as media of exchange. They were not money in the modern sense, but their recognized value made them ideal for trade and tribute. Chiefs and merchants used them to acquire goods, secure alliances, and reward service. Their production was overseen by guild-like associations that blended economic, ritual, and political functions. The secrecy surrounding smelting rituals reflected the belief that metalworking connected the human world to the subterranean realm of spirits. In Luba thought, to extract metal from the earth was to disturb sacred forces. Only those initiated into the mysteries of fire and transformation could safely perform it. This spiritual understanding gave metalworkers both prestige and responsibility. Iron, though less visually striking than copper, was even more essential to daily life. Iron tools, hoes, axes, and knives were the backbone of agriculture, hunting, and construction. The availability of iron tools allowed for greater productivity in farming, enabling communities to clear larger fields and produce surplus crops. The same metal provided weapons for defense and for ceremonial display. As with copper, iron production was a highly specialized craft involving complex knowledge of ore sources, furnace design, and smelting techniques. Ironworkers, too, held ritual status. Their work was governed by taboos and initiation rites that linked them to the ancestral spirits of creation and renewal. The economic and symbolic significance of iron permeated Luba society. The word for iron in the Luba language carried connotations of strength, permanence, and justice. In political ceremonies, iron staffs and blades represented authority and the capacity to enforce moral order. Chiefs were often installed with iron objects that symbolized both their right to rule and their duty to maintain harmony. In this way, metallurgy and governance were intertwined, the one providing material sustenance, the other providing moral structure. If copper and iron formed the industrial base of the Luba economy, salt and fish provided its nutritional and commercial lifeblood. The lakes and marshes of the Upemba Depression produced vast quantities of both. Salt was obtained through evaporation. Briny water collected from shallow depressions was poured into clay pans and left to dry under the sun. The resulting crystals were compacted into cakes or wrapped in leaves for transport. Salt was indispensable. not only for seasoning and preservation, but also for its symbolic association with purity and health. It was used in rituals of cleansing and oath-taking, and its trade was carefully regulated by local chiefs who ensured fair distribution and ritual respect for the waters that produced it. The salt trade connected distant communities. Caravans of porters carried salt northward and westward, exchanging it for grain, cloth, and livestock. Along the way, markets emerged where goods from different ecological zones converged. These market towns became centers of social exchange as well as commerce, places where marriages were arranged, news was shared, and political alliances were formed. In the process, they helped to knit together the diverse regions of the Luba realm into a coherent economic and cultural network. Fishing, too, was both livelihood and ritual. The seasonal rhythms of the lakes dictated the timing of fishing expeditions. During high water, fish moved into flooded areas where they were caught with traps, nets, and spears. During the dry season, as waters receded, communal fishing events took place. These were not merely economic activities, but social ceremonies marked by songs, dances, and offerings to the spirits of the water. Fishermen worked in cooperative groups, dividing the catch according to custom. Some of the dried fish was consumed locally, while the surplus entered the trade networks that carried it to distant inland communities. Dried fish, rich in protein and easily transportable, became one of the Luba kingdom's key export goods. The combination of these four resources, copper, iron, salt, and fish, created an economy that was both self-sufficient and outward-looking. Each resource reinforced the others. Metal tools increased agricultural yields. Salt preserved fish and meat. Trade in surplus goods brought copper and iron into circulation. This interdependence produced resilience. When one sector faced scarcity, others could compensate. More importantly, it wove together the material, moral, and political dimensions of Luba life. Production was organized through kinship groups, supervised by local chiefs, and sanctified by ritual. Every stage of labor, from mining to smelting, from fishing to trading, was integrated into the kingdom's ethical order. The prosperity generated by this economy allowed the royal court to flourish. The Mulapwi could maintain artisans, ritual specialists, and emissaries without overburdening the populace. Tribute in the form of goods and labor supported monumental ceremonies that displayed royal generosity. These events were crucial to sustaining loyalty. During feasts and festivals, the king redistributed wealth to chiefs and commoners alike, reaffirming the moral covenant of reciprocity that underpinned Luba rule. The sight of copper ornaments glittering on dancers, the sound of iron bells ringing in rhythm, and the taste of salted fish shared in communal meals, all reinforced the unity of the kingdom through sensory and symbolic experience. The economic strength of the Luba state also had diplomatic implications. Neighboring polities recognized the wealth of the Upemba basin and sought alliance or trade. The Luba did not need to conquer. Their prosperity attracted others. Chiefs from surrounding regions sent emissaries to the royal court bearing gifts and seeking partnership. In return, they received Luba regalia, iron tools, and moral authority derived from association with the sacred kingdom. Through such exchanges, the Luba extended their influence peacefully, creating a network of affiliated states that shared cultural and political values. This economic expansion, however, required careful management to prevent inequality and conflict. The Luba system addressed this through moral and ritual regulation. Certain times of year were designated for rest and renewal, during which production ceased and communities performed ceremonies of thanksgiving. These pauses in economic activity were not inefficiencies. They were essential mechanisms of balance. They reminded the people that prosperity came not from endless labor, but from harmony with the natural and spiritual worlds. The embodied society and the councils of elders often played a role in mediating economic disputes, invoking historical precedents recorded in their Lukasa boards to ensure fair outcomes. Gender roles within the Luba economy were distinct yet complementary. Men dominated mining and metalworking, while women played central roles in salt production, fishing, and market trade. Women's control over local exchange gave them considerable economic influence. They managed household surpluses, negotiated prices in markets, and participated in ritual economies through offerings and feasts. This gendered division of labor mirrored the cosmological duality that structured Luba thought. Male and female forces working in harmony to sustain creation. Economic cooperation was thus a reflection of the same moral balance that defined kingship and governance. By the 16th century, the economic networks of the Luba heartland had matured into a system that could sustain both population growth and territorial expansion. Wealth flowed steadily toward the royal centers, enabling the construction of ceremonial complexes and the maintenance of diplomatic relations across vast regions. The Luba model of prosperity became renowned throughout Central Africa, inspiring neighboring societies to emulate its methods of production, trade, and moral regulation. The empire's stability rested not on domination, but on shared benefit, on the belief that abundance must circulate to remain pure. By the middle of the 16th century, the Luba heartland had achieved an equilibrium that combined moral authority, economic prosperity, and administrative sophistication. Yet such equilibrium rarely remains contained. Ideas, like rivers, seek new courses. The principles that had stabilized the Upemba Basin, sacred kingship, council rule, moral balance, and institutional memory, began to flow outward. Neighboring societies, impressed by the Luba's prosperity and social order, started to emulate their system. What began as a regional power soon became a model of civilization, influencing the political imagination of Central Africa for centuries. The Luba way of governing became what historians now call the Luba political blueprint. The spread of this model was not orchestrated through conquest or empire in the European sense. There was no standing army marching across Central Africa under a single Luba banner. Instead, expansion occurred through diplomacy, kinship, migration, and the voluntary adoption of ideas. The Luba understood influence as a form of relationship, not domination. Their moral philosophy of power, that true authority is earned through justice, restraint, and ritual legitimacy, proved persuasive in a landscape of fragmented chiefdoms seeking stability. The Luba system offered not only a political structure but also a moral vocabulary for governance. At the heart of this diffusion was the charisma of the Mulapwi and the prestige of the Upemba royal court. The Mulapwi was not merely a local ruler. He was regarded as the living embodiment of ancestral law. His blessings were believed to bring fertility to the land and peace among neighboring peoples. Chiefs from surrounding territories often sought affiliation with the Luba king through ritual alliances or marriage ties. These relationships were mutually beneficial. The foreign chief gained legitimacy through association with the sacred kingship, while the Luba extended their network of influence without military cost. Over time, this system of alliances created a loose but resilient confederation that extended well beyond the original heartland. One mechanism of expansion was the sending of royal emissaries and ritual specialists to establish new political centers modeled on the Luba court. These envoys, often drawn from royal lineages or trusted advisors, carried with them the moral and ceremonial framework of kingship. They introduced rituals of investiture, systems of council governance, and institutions such as the embodied memory society. Through them, the Luba way of ruling was transplanted to new lands, adapted to local conditions, and perpetuated through intermarriage and exchange. This process resembled the spreading of seeds. Each new center carried the genetic code of the original, yet developed unique variations suited to its environment. One of the most significant results of this diffusion was the formation of what scholars call the Luba cultural sphere, a vast region stretching from the Congo River basin in the west to the upper Lualaba and Luapula valleys in the east. Within this sphere, communities shared common political symbols, artistic styles, and moral codes rooted in Luba precedent. This was not a monolithic empire, but a network of related polities bound by shared institutions and ideals. The Lukasa memory boards, sacred stools, and ceremonial axes that symbolized Luba authority became recognizable emblems of legitimate rule across Central Africa. The spread of the Luba political model also depended on the movement of people. Migrations, both voluntary and strategic, carried Luba institutions into new regions. Skilled artisans, traders, and ritual specialists often traveled beyond the heartland, establishing settlements that served as nodes of cultural exchange. Some of these migrants were members of royal or noble families who sought to establish new domains. Others were emissaries accompanying trading caravans or acting as advisors to neighboring rulers. Wherever they went, they carried the moral framework of sacred kingship and the administrative techniques that sustained it. These mobile agents of culture ensured that Luba influence extended far beyond direct political control. The neighboring Konyak and Kalundwe polities were among the first to absorb Luba innovations. Situated along the peripheries of the Upemba Basin, these communities had long interacted with Luba traders and diplomats. Over time, their chiefs adopted Luba titles, rituals, and council structures. They incorporated the embodied-style memory systems into their governance, ensuring that decisions were guided by historical precedent. Yet, each polity adapted the model to its own traditions. The Konyak, for example, emphasized martial discipline and the display of royal regalia, while the Kalundwe placed greater focus on agricultural fertility and ancestral worship. In this way, the Luba blueprint became a flexible template rather than a rigid doctrine. The influence extended even further when Luba cultural ideals reached the western savannas and the forest margins of what is now the Kasai region. Here, local leaders who once ruled as independent clan chiefs began to organize themselves into larger kingdoms modeled on the Luba structure. They adopted sacred investiture rituals, established councils of elders, and used copper and iron regalia to symbolize authority. The diffusion of these practices fostered political centralization across a vast region that had previously been fragmented. The resulting network of interrelated states maintained peace through shared ideology rather than through coercion. A crucial aspect of this expansion was the appeal of Luba moral philosophy. The idea that legitimate power depends on moral integrity and ancestral sanction resonated widely. In societies where leadership had often been contested through force, the Luba offered a system that reconciled authority with ethics. Their concept of bulapwi, the sacred covenant between ruler and people, provided a spiritual justification for governance that could be embraced by diverse cultures. This universality made the Luba model especially durable. Even communities far removed from the Upemba Basin found in its ideals a mirror for their own aspirations toward stability and order. Art and symbolism played an equally important role in transmitting these ideas. The distinctive aesthetic of Luba art, its symmetrical forms, polished surfaces, and serene expressions, became a visual language of power that transcended linguistic boundaries. Royal stools carved with ancestral figures, staffs adorned with serpentine motifs, and ceremonial axes with double blades appeared in courts across Central Africa. Each carried a message of continuity and balance. Through these objects, the Luba moral vision was made tangible. Art became both an instrument of diplomacy and a carrier of ideology, enabling the Luba worldview to travel where armies could not. The spread of the Luba political model also owed much to the attraction of its economic system. Neighboring regions saw the material benefits of the Luba approach to trade, metallurgy, and resource management. Chiefs who aligned themselves with the Luba gained access to trade routes that connected the copper and salt of the south with the forest products of the north and the markets of the east. The resulting prosperity reinforced the legitimacy of the Luba-inspired political order. In this way, moral authority and economic advantage reinforced each other, making the Luba system both virtuous and practical. One of the most profound legacies of this diffusion was its influence on the rise of the Lunda kingdom to the south and west. The Lunda, whose origins lay in regions once within Luba cultural influence, adopted many of the Luba's key institutions while developing their own innovations. They preserved the concept of sacred kingship, complete with moral restrictions and ritual seclusion, but they extended it through a more expansive system of vassal states. This fusion of Luba moral philosophy and Lunda political strategy would produce one of the great empires of Central Africa in later centuries. The Luba blueprint thus became not only a regional model, but a catalyst for new forms of governance across the continent. The diffusion of Luba institutions also contributed to the creation of a shared regional identity. Communities from distant territories recognized themselves as part of a moral and cultural commonwealth rooted in Luba traditions. Ceremonies, proverbs, and songs referencing Kalala Ilunga and Mbidi Kilue spread far beyond their original homeland. The stories of these ancestral heroes became regional allegories for justice, restraint, and renewal. Oral traditions in areas hundreds of miles from the Upemba Basin still preserved variations of the Luba founding myths, a testament to the enduring appeal of their moral message. Diplomatically, the Luba used marriage and kinship as instruments of integration. Royal daughters were married into neighboring dynasties, creating networks of alliance that reinforced peace and mutual recognition. These unions were not merely personal, but institutional, binding entire communities through shared lineage. The offspring of such marriages often became intermediaries, figures who embodied dual heritage and could mediate between their parents' peoples. This blending of bloodlines mirrored the Luba ideal of harmony between different forces, ensuring that expansion did not erase diversity but celebrated it. It is remarkable that the Luba achieved this level of influence without the coercive instruments typically associated with empire. There were no mass conquests, no administrative decrees imposed from a distant capital. Instead, the Luba system expanded through attraction. It offered order in a world of uncertainty, justice in a time of competition, and meaning in the flux of history. Its success rested on persuasion and example, the quiet power of moral authority. The cultural expansion of the Luba world also had ecological dimensions. As new regions adopted Luba methods of land management, ironworking, and fishing, they integrated spiritual taboos that protected the environment from overuse. Sacred groves, river spirits, and ancestral shrines acted as informal systems of conservation. In this way, the moral philosophy of the Luba not only organized human society, but also shaped sustainable relationships with the natural world. This ecological wisdom would prove essential to the longevity of the Luba cultural sphere. By the close of the 16th century, the political and moral innovations born in the Upemba Basin had spread far beyond their homeland. Among the societies most profoundly transformed by Luba influence were the Lunda, a people whose territory lay to the south and west of the Luba heartland. The rise of the Lunda kingdom marked not a break with the Luba tradition but its evolution into a new form. Together, these two civilizations, bound by shared myths, dynastic links, and moral ideals, would shape the destiny of Central Africa for centuries. The story of their connection is one of kinship, adaptation, and the creative transformation of inherited wisdom. The origins of the Lunda people trace to regions lying west of the Lualaba River, in the savannas and woodlands of what is now southern Congo and northeastern Angola. For centuries, small communities of farmers, hunters, and traders inhabited these lands, organized into clan-based chiefdoms. Their society was structured around matrilineal descent, much like that of the Luba, and their cosmology emphasized harmony between human beings and the spiritual forces of the land. By the 16th century, these communities had begun to interact more intensively with the expanding Luba cultural sphere through trade and intermarriage. From this contact emerged a profound exchange of ideas that would culminate in the birth of the Lunda kingdom. According to oral traditions preserved by both peoples, the link between the Luba and the Lunda was forged through the journey of a legendary figure known as Mbidi Kilue, the same cultural hero who had transformed Luba society generations earlier. Some accounts claim that Mbidi, after establishing the moral foundations of the Luba state, traveled southward and westward, leaving behind descendants who carried his ideals into new lands. Among these descendants, one line gave rise to a dynasty that would become the Lunda royal house. Whether or not this genealogy is literal history, its symbolic truth is clear. The Lunda regarded themselves as inheritors of the Luba moral order. The Lunda heartland differed from the lush wetlands of the Upemba basin. Its rolling plateaus and open woodlands favored agriculture, hunting, and long-distance trade. Communities were scattered but connected through kinship and exchange. The environment encouraged mobility and the establishment of extensive networks rather than dense concentrations of population. When Luba influences arrived, they encountered a society well-suited to adapt those principles into a system capable of governing vast and varied territories. The result was a political synthesis that combined Luba concepts of sacred kingship and moral governance with local traditions of clan autonomy and trade diplomacy. At the center of this transformation stood the figure of the Mwant Yav, the sacred ruler of the Lunda. The title itself embodied the blending of old and new. Mwant denoted authority and ownership, while Yav referred to the ancestral line believed to descend from Mbidi Kilue. In Lunda thought, the Mwant Yav was both the living representative of the ancestral spirit and the moral guardian of the people. His power was sacred but constrained, bound by councils and rituals that echoed the Luba balance between divine kingship and communal accountability. The Lunda had absorbed the Luba idea that a ruler's strength came not from coercion but from the harmony he maintained between the spiritual and material worlds. The establishment of the Lunda state is generally placed around the late 16th and early 17th centuries, a period of increasing trade and population movement across Central Africa. This was a time when new regional networks were emerging, linking inland societies to the distant Atlantic and Indian Ocean coasts through chains of intermediaries. The Lunda were well positioned to become a central node in this system. They controlled routes connecting the copper and salt of the southern interior with ivory, slaves, and goods flowing toward Western Africa. As trade expanded, so too did the need for stable political structures. The Lunda model of governance provided precisely that stability. The rise of the Lunda kingdom did not occur through conquest, but through federation. Local chiefs, known as Mwant or Kilolo, recognized the moral and economic advantages of aligning under a unified system. They retained autonomy over their lands, but acknowledged the spiritual supremacy of the Mwant Yav, who served as the guarantor of peace and justice. This arrangement resembled the Luba ideal of balance between center and periphery, but the Lunda applied it to a much larger and more decentralized realm. Their genius lay in their ability to extend the principles of sacred authority across great distances without eroding local identity. The Lunda court became a center of both ritual and diplomacy. It attracted emissaries, traders, and artisans from surrounding regions. The ceremonies of the Mwant Yav displayed the grandeur of sacred kingship, featuring regalia that blended Luba symbols, such as the ceremonial axe and ancestral stool, with local innovations. The king's seclusion and ritual taboos reinforced his aura of sanctity. Yet, the court was not a place of isolation. It was a hub of negotiation where disputes were settled, alliances forged, and trade regulated. The Mwant Yav's legitimacy rested on his ability to balance these diverse responsibilities while embodying the moral ideals inherited from Luba tradition. One of the key administrative innovations of the Lunda was the development of a hierarchical system of tribute and reciprocity that extended across multiple regions. Local rulers sent tribute, often in the form of food, cloth, copper, or ivory, to the central court, where it was redistributed during public festivals. These gatherings reaffirmed social bonds and the principle that wealth existed to sustain harmony rather than to enrich individuals. The Mwant Yav acted as the supreme redistributor, ensuring that abundance flowed through the realm like the lifeblood of the body politic. This moral economy echoed the Luba philosophy that prosperity is legitimate only when it serves the common good. Trade played an even greater role in the Lunda world than in the earlier Luba heartland. The open savannas and wide river valleys facilitated long-distance exchange. Lunda merchants organized caravans that carried copper, salt, ivory, and cloth across hundreds of miles, linking Central Africa to networks that stretched toward Angola and the Atlantic. These caravans were not merely economic enterprises, they were vehicles of culture. Along their routes, the symbols and rituals of Luba-Lunda kingship spread, carried by traders, artisans, and priests who performed ceremonies to bless the journeys and protect travelers. In this way, commerce became both material exchange and moral transmission. The growing wealth of the Lunda kingdom allowed it to support an elaborate court culture. The arts flourished, producing a distinctive aesthetic that reflected the dual heritage of Luba and local traditions. Sculptors carved wooden figures representing ancestors and royal officials, emphasizing symmetry and composure, visual metaphors for moral balance. Weavers created textiles of raffia and bark cloth adorned with geometric patterns, symbolizing cosmic order. Musicians and poets celebrated the deeds of rulers in praise songs that doubled as moral instruction. Through these artistic forms, the Lunda gave visible and audible expression to their political philosophy. The alliance between the Luba and Lunda worlds was not purely ideological, it was also familial. Oral histories recount a series of intermarriages between the royal houses of both kingdoms, reinforcing their shared ancestry. These unions served diplomatic purposes, ensuring mutual recognition and peace between the two powers. The exchange of ritual specialists, craftsmen, and advisors further strengthened the connection. Luba emissaries introduced new administrative practices, while Lunda traders brought news and foreign goods from the West. The resulting interaction created a dynamic corridor of cultural and economic exchange stretching across the heart of Africa. Despite their shared roots, the Luba and Lunda developed distinct political characters. The Luba system remained relatively centralized within its geographic basin, relying on councils and sacred institutions to maintain unity. The Lunda, by contrast, perfected a federated model that could accommodate diversity over vast distances. Their success lay in their ability to adapt Luba moral philosophy to a more mobile and expansive context. This flexibility allowed the Lunda kingdom to endure for centuries, even as it evolved into a multi-ethnic empire encompassing numerous subordinate states and trading networks. The moral alliance between the two civilizations also influenced neighboring peoples. Smaller polities along the peripheries of their territories, such as the Chokwe, Yeke, and Hemba, absorbed elements of Luba-Lunda governance, art, and ritual. The shared ideals of sacred kingship, council rule, and moral balance became the cultural language of Central African statecraft. Over time, these ideas spread even further, carried by migrating clans and merchant caravans into what are now Angola, Zambia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. The Luba-Lunda synthesis became one of the great unifying forces of African history, comparable in influence to the Sahelian and Swahili civilizations of the continent's northern and eastern regions. By the 17th century, the Lunda kingdom had established itself as a powerful state with a reputation for stability, diplomacy, and wealth. Its court attracted envoys from distant lands, and its trade networks linked it indirectly to the emerging Atlantic world. Yet despite its growing complexity, the moral essence of its governance remained unmistakably Luba in spirit. The Mwant-Yav, like the Mulapwi, ruled as the custodian of ancestral law. The councils preserved the balance between authority and accountability. The festivals and rituals reaffirmed the sacred covenant between ruler and people. In every gesture of governance, the echo of the Upemba Basin could still be heard. By the dawn of the 17th century, the Luba world had matured into a web of alliances, tributary networks, and shared moral codes that stretched far beyond the Upemba Basin. Yet, as the kingdom's influence spread outward, its edges began to encounter friction. Beyond the lakes and rivers that had nourished its birth lay regions governed by their own ambitions, rival chiefdoms, newly forming states, and migratory peoples seeking land, wealth, and prestige. What had once been distant neighbors became strategic frontiers. The stability of the Luba heartland now depended on how well its rulers could manage relations with the forces pressing at its boundaries. The 17th and early 18th centuries were an era of both opportunity and danger. Trade routes that connected the Luba and Lunda spheres to the wider continent were growing in scope, bringing new goods and wealth, but also new conflicts over access and control. The same copper, iron, and salt that had sustained prosperity in the Upemba Basin were increasingly sought after by neighboring peoples who recognized their economic and symbolic power. The Luba rulers understood that maintaining harmony within the heartland required careful management of these outer zones. To do this, they developed a strategy that was both political and moral. Rather than conquering their neighbors, they sought to surround themselves with allied or dependent polities, buffer kingdoms that shared their values but bore the immediate burden of frontier defense. Among the most prominent of these neighboring states were the Kanyok, the Kalundwe, and the Sanga. Each occupied a crucial position along the Luba frontier, and each developed a unique relationship with the central court. The Kanyok, located to the northeast, controlled routes that linked the Luba to the savannas beyond the Lualaba River. They were fierce warriors and skilled ironworkers, respected for both their independence and their discipline. The Luba court regarded them as both partners and rivals. In times of peace, Kanyok leaders attended Luba ceremonies and participated in the exchange of tribute and marriage alliances. In times of tension, they stood as the first line of resistance against incursions from more distant groups. The Kalundwe, by contrast, occupied territories to the west of the heartland and acted as intermediaries between the Luba and the broader trade systems that reached toward the Congo River basin. Their position made them indispensable to the circulation of goods and ideas. The Luba allowed them considerable autonomy, recognizing that their success in trade benefited the entire region. Yet, this autonomy also carried risks. Kalundwe chiefs, enriched by commerce, began to assert their own prestige and occasionally resisted royal oversight. Such tensions reveal the delicate balance of the Luba system. Authority rested on shared moral obligation rather than direct coercion, so loyalty had to be continually renewed through diplomacy and ritual. To the southeast lay the Sanga, a people whose lands bordered the mineral-rich zones that would later form the Katanga Plateau. They were experts in copper mining and maintained strong ties with the Luba through exchange and intermarriage. The Sanga relationship exemplified the Luba approach to expansion, mutual benefit rather than conquest. The Sanga produced copper that was smelted and shaped in workshops under both local and Luba supervision. In return, they received iron tools, salt, and spiritual validation through participation in Luba rituals. Over time, the cultural boundaries between the Sanga and the Luba blurred. Songs, myths, and artistic motifs flowed freely across the frontier, creating a shared identity that historians later described as the Luba-Sanga continuum. Despite these cooperative relationships, frontier politics were never entirely stable. The edges of the Luba realm were fluid zones of encounter where trade, migration, and warfare intermingled. The Kanyok, in particular, demonstrated both the strength and the fragility of the Luba model. At first, they served as loyal defenders of the northern frontier. Their chiefs adopted Luba titles and symbols of authority, including the ceremonial axe and the sacred drum. But as their wealth grew, so did their ambition. By the late 17th century, the Kanyok had begun to assert their own independence, claiming descent from the same ancestral line as the Luba kings. In their oral histories, they portrayed themselves not as vassals, but as peers, a sign of how deeply Luba culture had penetrated even those who resisted its authority. Such tensions were not unique to the Kanyok. Across the Luba frontier, local leaders grappled with the challenge of balancing allegiance to the sacred center with the practical needs of local governance. Some saw cooperation with the Luba as a source of legitimacy, others viewed it as a constraint. The Luba rulers, for their part, navigated this complexity through diplomacy and symbolism. They extended the language of kinship to political relations, referring to allied chiefs as brothers or sons of the Mulapwi. This familial rhetoric softened hierarchy with the language of affection and obligation, yet it also carried expectations. Rebellion was not merely political disobedience, but moral betrayal. The frontier pressures also had economic dimensions. As long-distance trade expanded, control of caravan routes became a source of contention. Merchants traveling from the copper fields of Katanga toward the west or north had to pass through territories claimed by multiple authorities. Toll collection, tribute demands, and protection fees became both revenue and potential provocation. The Luba court responded by formalizing trade diplomacy. Royal envoys were dispatched to negotiate safe passage agreements, often sealed through gift exchange and marriage alliances. In doing so, the Luba transformed trade regulation into a form of soft power, ensuring influence over routes without the cost of constant warfare. The presence of external traders introduced additional complications. From the west, influences from the expanding kingdoms of Angola began to reach the Luba frontier through networks of intermediaries. From the east, faint echoes of the Indian Ocean trade filtered inland through Swahili and Arab merchants operating in the Great Lakes region. Though these external contacts remained indirect, they introduced new goods, textiles, beads, and iron wire, and new pressures. The growing demand for ivory and slaves in distant markets would, in later centuries, destabilize the careful equilibrium of the Luba system. But in this early phase, the Luba managed to integrate foreign trade into their moral economy, treating exotic items as prestige goods to be used in ceremonies rather than commodities to be hoarded. The political geography of the frontier was mirrored by its spiritual geography. For the Luba, borders were not merely lines on a map, but thresholds between moral worlds. Each frontier zone had its guardian spirits, ancestral shrines, and ritual specialists who mediated between realms. Before a campaign or diplomatic mission, offerings were made at these frontier shrines to seek protection and balance. This ritualization of the border turned expansion into a sacred process. To cross into new territory was not simply to extend power, but to enter a new covenant with the spirits of the land. The Luba's ability to frame politics in spiritual terms gave their diplomacy unusual resilience. It allowed them to incorporate diverse peoples without erasing their identities, binding them through shared ritual rather than imposed rule. The development of buffer kingdoms was one of the most effective outcomes of this frontier policy. These semi-autonomous states served as protective barriers against more distant threats. They absorbed the first shock of external aggression and managed relations with non-Luba populations. In return, they enjoyed privileged access to trade and ritual prestige. This strategy minimized direct conflict while expanding the Luba cultural sphere. It was a form of imperial architecture built from relationships rather than walls. However, this networked approach also had vulnerabilities. Its strength depended on trust and shared moral commitment. When that trust weakened, through greed, ambition, or miscommunication, the system could fracture. The late 17th and early 18th centuries saw the first signs of such strain. Ambitious chiefs in the frontier regions began to challenge the authority of the central court, claiming local descent from divine ancestors to legitimize their independence. At the same time, ecological changes and shifting trade patterns altered the balance of wealth between regions. Areas that once depended on the Upemba basin for salt or metal could now trade directly with external merchants, reducing their reliance on Luba intermediaries. Faced with these challenges, the Luba adapted rather than collapsed. They strengthened their internal cohesion through renewed ritual unity. Ceremonies celebrating the memory of Kalala Ilunga and other ancestral heroes were expanded to emphasize shared identity across all provinces. The Embodied society played a crucial role in this effort, sending emissaries to frontier regions to recite origin stories and reinforce moral loyalty. The Lukasa memory boards became instruments not only of history but of diplomacy. By reminding distant chiefs of their place in the ancestral narrative, The Luba reasserted unity through memory rather than force. Culturally, this period witnessed a flowering of artistic expression that reflected both the kingdom's confidence and its anxieties. Sculptors created new forms of royal and ancestral figures that emphasized watchfulness and contemplation, qualities befitting a kingdom surrounded by rivals. The motifs of intertwined serpents and concentric circles, common in Luba art, took on renewed significance, symbolizing protection and the cyclical nature of power. Even in times of tension, art served as a moral compass, reminding the people that balance must be maintained. By the mid-18th century, the Luba had succeeded in stabilizing their frontier zones, but the landscape around them was changing. New powers were rising in the south and east, including the emerging states of the Kazembe and Yeke, which combined Luba-Lunda traditions with their own local innovations. These new formations were both heirs and competitors. The Luba, though still revered as the ancestral source of sacred kingship, now had to navigate a more complex world where their influence was no longer unchallenged. By the middle of the 18th century, the Luba world reached the height of its influence. From the shimmering waters of the Upemba lakes to the copper-rich hills of Katanga and the savannas stretching toward the Lualaba River, the kingdom's ideals and authority resonated across the heart of Central Africa. This was not a moment defined by conquest or imperial aggression, but by a quieter, more enduring form of power, moral leadership, cultural prestige, and a political system so admired that it became the standard by which others measured civilization. The Luba did not dominate the region by force, they guided it by example. The Luba heartland during this period was a place of extraordinary order and vitality. Its social, political, and economic systems had matured into a finely balanced network. The Mulapwi sat at the symbolic center, surrounded by councils, priests, and officials who managed the affairs of the kingdom with a blend of ritual authority and pragmatic wisdom. The embodied society continued to serve as the guardian of law and memory, ensuring that every decision, whether about trade, diplomacy, or justice, remained grounded in ancestral precedent. Around this moral core stretched a constellation of allied provinces, tributary chiefs, and autonomous communities bound together by shared ceremony, language, and belief. What made this system so remarkable was its stability. While neighboring regions experienced cycles of war and succession crises, the Luba state maintained internal peace through its deeply ingrained philosophy of consensus. Major disputes were settled in councils rather than battlefields. Rival factions appealed to history, as remembered by the Mbudie, to resolve differences. Even distant chiefs who had grown wealthy and powerful in their own right still turned to the Mulapwi for ritual affirmation. The king's role as a moral arbiter gave him influence that reached far beyond the geographic limits of his direct control. The rituals of kingship during this golden age reflected both grandeur and restraint. When a new Mulapwi ascended to the throne, he underwent a series of initiations that bound him to the moral law of his ancestors. He was secluded for weeks, instructed by elders in the responsibilities of leadership, and purified through symbolic acts that reminded him that power is service. Only after completing these rites could he sit upon the sacred stool and receive the regalia of office, the iron staff, the ceremonial axe, and the copper ornament symbolizing life and continuity. Each object represented an aspect of his duty: to uphold justice, to protect the people, and to sustain the moral balance between humanity and the spiritual world. The political reach of the Luba state during this era extended farther than ever before. Through diplomacy, ritual exchange, and strategic marriages, the Luba established influence over a network of satellite kingdoms and allied communities that spanned hundreds of miles. These included not only traditional buffer states such as the Kalundwe and Kanyok, but also newer polities in the east and south that adopted the Luba model of governance. The Luba ideal of sacred kingship became the political lingua franca of Central Africa. Chiefs and kings who emulated it gained legitimacy in the eyes of their people. Those who defied it risked moral isolation. Trade and tribute, provided the material foundation for this hegemony. The Luba heartland was a hub of exchange where caravans brought copper, salt, iron, ivory, and textiles from across the region. Markets thrived in the lakeside settlements, bustling with merchants, artisans, and farmers. The royal court regulated these exchanges, ensuring fairness and balance. Tribute flowed toward the capital, not as coerced taxation but as a reaffirmation of loyalty. The king, in turn, redistributed wealth during festivals and ceremonies, turning economic surplus into moral capital. These acts of generosity reinforced the idea that prosperity was meaningful only when shared. The flow of trade also connected the Luba world to distant regions. Through intermediary networks, goods and ideas from the East African coast and the West African hinterlands found their way into the Upemba basin. Foreign textiles, glass beads, and brass ornaments became prized symbols of prestige at the royal court. Yet the Luba integrated these external influences into their own cultural logic. Imported objects were not status symbols of foreign wealth. They were incorporated into local rituals as signs of cosmic abundance. This capacity to absorb new influences without losing identity was one of the secrets of Luba endurance. The arts flourished as expressions of moral philosophy and political sophistication. Sculptors created works of astonishing refinement, blending realism with abstraction to capture the inner qualities of leadership and wisdom. Wooden figures representing ancestors, mothers, and rulers adorned shrines and palaces. The serene faces and balanced forms of these sculptures conveyed ideals of restraint and dignity, the very virtues that underpinned the Luba concept of power. Metalworkers fashioned intricate copper and iron ornaments used in ceremonies and diplomacy, their polished surfaces reflecting both material wealth and spiritual purity. Music and oral poetry also reached new heights. Praise singers at the royal court recited epics that traced the lineage of rulers back to Kalala Ilunga, weaving history, morality, and theology into performance. Their songs were not mere entertainment. They were instruments of governance, reminding audiences of the moral responsibilities that accompanied privilege. Drums, xylophones, and handbells accompanied these recitations, their rhythms echoing through the palace compounds and across the lakes. The court thus became a living theater of memory, where sound, movement, and word fused to sustain identity. One of the most remarkable features of the Luba Golden Age was the extent to which political authority was mirrored in everyday life. The kingdom's moral order was not confined to the court. It permeated the household, the market, and the village. Families governed themselves by the same principles of consensus and balance that guided the state. Disputes were resolved through mediation, and decisions affecting the community were discussed in councils. Women played prominent roles as custodians of lineage and as traders, mediating both economic and social exchange. Their authority derived from the same matrilineal logic that defined succession to the throne, the idea that life and legitimacy flow through the maternal line. The relationship between the spiritual and political realms deepened during this period. Ancestral worship remained the cornerstone of Luba religion, but new layers of ritual complexity emerged. Royal priests, diviners, and healers became integral to governance, interpreting omens and advising the king on matters of both policy and morality. Divination rituals were used not only to diagnose illness or misfortune, but also to guide diplomatic and economic decisions. When famine or conflict threatened, the priests would consult the spirits through sacred objects, bones, seeds, or carved figures, to determine the source of imbalance. Their verdicts carried both spiritual and practical authority, reinforcing the unity of religion and state. The Luba concept of time and history also matured into a sophisticated philosophy during this age. The embodied continued to serve as custodians of memory, but their role expanded beyond record-keeping. They became interpreters of moral cycles, teaching that history moved not in a straight line, but in spirals, patterns of rise, fall, and renewal guided by adherence to or deviation from ancestral law. This worldview helped the Luba understand political change without despair. A weak or unjust king was not an anomaly, but part of a natural cycle that would, through moral correction, return to balance. This belief gave the empire remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. Relations with neighboring powers during the Luba hegemony were generally stable, though not without tension. The Lunda to the south remained close allies and cultural kin, united by shared ancestry and mutual respect. Occasional disputes over trade routes or ritual precedents were resolved through diplomacy rather than war. To the east, the Luba maintained contact with emerging polities such as the Kazembe, whose rulers adopted Luba-Lunda traditions and extended their influence toward the Luapula Valley. To the north and west, relations with the Konyak and other buffer states oscillated between alliance and rivalry, reflecting the fluid nature of frontier politics. Yet even when conflicts occurred, they rarely threatened the overall moral unity of the Luba world. This era of stability allowed for demographic growth and agricultural expansion. New villages were founded along riverbanks and fertile plains. The introduction of improved iron tools made cultivation more efficient, while the surplus of food supported population centers around trade hubs and royal compounds. With food security came leisure and artistic innovation. Craftsmen, musicians, and ritual specialists could devote their full talents to refining the culture that had become the pride of Central Africa. The moral weight of the Luba system attracted attention far beyond its borders. Neighboring peoples regarded the Mulopwe as a moral beacon, a source of wisdom and spiritual blessing. Delegations traveled great distances to seek his counsel or to participate in his ceremonies. The Luba ideal of kingship, rooted in service, memory, and justice, became the archetype for legitimate rule throughout much of the region. Even centuries later, when European explorers and colonial agents arrived, they found communities who traced their political legitimacy to the ancient kings of the Upemba Basin. Yet, the very success of the Luba order carried within it the seeds of future challenges. The intricate system of moral and political balance required constant maintenance. As the kingdom's influence expanded, it became increasingly difficult to sustain consensus across distant territories. The reliance on ritual and memory to hold the system together, once a strength, began to reveal its limits in a world growing more connected and more volatile. Trade, once a symbol of harmony, was beginning to shift under the pressure of new demands from beyond the continent, demands that would soon alter the economic and political landscape of Central Africa. By the latter half of the 18th century, the Luba kingdom stood as one of the most respected and enduring powers of Central Africa. Its moral and political systems, honed over centuries, had created an equilibrium rarely seen in pre-colonial African history. Yet, as the world beyond its borders began to shift, through new trade routes, migrations, and emerging rival powers, the Luba faced the challenge of preserving stability in a time of growing complexity. At the heart of this delicate moment stood Ilunga Sungu, a ruler whose reign embodied the art of balance between tradition and adaptation. He represented both the culmination of centuries of refined governance and the last phase before the region entered an era of external upheaval. Ilunga Sungu's rise to power came at a time when the kingdom's institutions were both mature and tested. The political and spiritual structures established by his ancestors, sacred kingship, the councils of elders, and the Mbudi order, remained the pillars of governance, but managing them required constant vigilance. As trade expanded and distant territories grew more autonomous, the bonds of loyalty between the royal center and the outer provinces had to be reaffirmed. Ilunga Sungu understood that his authority, though sanctified by ritual, ultimately rested on persuasion and wisdom rather than coercion. He inherited not an empire of soldiers, but an empire of memory, one that demanded intellect and diplomacy to sustain. Oral histories portray Ilunga Sungu as a thoughtful, deliberate ruler known for his restraint and fairness. His reign is remembered as a period of internal reform and external consolidation. Unlike earlier kings who had focused on territorial expansion, Ilunga Sungu's goal was preservation, strengthening the institutions that made the Luba state resilient. He recognized that the empire's greatest asset was not its size or wealth, but its moral order. The challenge of his time was to maintain that order while adapting to the economic and political currents reshaping Central Africa. One of his earliest actions as king was to reaffirm the authority of the embodied society. By the late 18th century, the embodied had become not only a guardian of history, but also a mediating body in governance. Regional chiefs relied on its members to interpret law and precedent, and the royal court depended on them to ensure continuity of ritual. Ilunga Sungu convened a great assembly of embodied elders from across the realm, renewing their oaths and reinforcing their role as custodians of ancestral wisdom. This gathering, remembered in oral tradition as a turning point, symbolized the unity of the kingdom through shared memory. It also reflected Ilunga Sungu's understanding that legitimacy in the Luba system flowed not from personal command, but from fidelity to the moral code passed down through generations. At the same time, Ilunga Sungu took steps to reform the system of tribute and administration. The Luba heartland had grown prosperous, and wealth in copper, salt, and iron circulated through vibrant trade networks. Yet the very success of these networks risked weakening central control. Some provincial chiefs, enriched by trade, began to act with increasing independence. Ilunga Sungu's approach to this challenge was subtle rather than punitive. He reorganized the tribute system, transforming it from a fixed obligation into a more flexible arrangement based on reciprocity. Chiefs who contributed generously to the royal court received symbolic honors, titles, or ritual privileges, which in turn enhanced their local prestige. This policy turned potential rivals into partners, binding them to the center through shared interest and moral obligation. Ilunga Sungu's court became a model of administrative sophistication. It combined ritual grandeur with efficient management. Specialized officials, drawn from noble families and trained within the embodied, oversaw distinct areas of governance: trade, ritual, justice, and diplomacy. Each office carried symbolic duties linked to ancestral myths. For instance, the keeper of the royal drum was responsible not only for ceremonial music, but also for maintaining the moral rhythm of the kingdom. The bearer of the sacred axe represented both justice and restraint. Through such symbolism, the daily work of governance remained inseparable from the sacred order. Ilunga Sungu encouraged this fusion, ensuring that even the most practical decisions carried moral weight. Under his rule, trade flourished as never before. The Luba occupied a pivotal position within the web of Central African commerce. Caravans moved copper and iron southward toward the territories of the Lunda and Kazembe, while ivory, salt, and fish traveled north and west to markets that connected indirectly to the Atlantic coast. Foreign goods, textiles, beads, and cowries arrived through these routes, filtered through intermediaries long before reaching the Luba heartland. Ilunga Sungu recognized the strategic importance of these exchanges and sought to manage them without allowing economic power to erode moral authority. He introduced regulations designed to preserve fairness in trade. Markets were placed under royal oversight, and disputes between merchants were adjudicated by appointed elders who applied principles derived from ancestral law. Prices for essential goods were not fixed by decree but stabilized through moral expectation. Traders who sought excessive profit were publicly reprimanded and risked losing spiritual standing within the community. This moral economy, maintained through reputation rather than coercion, allowed commerce to thrive while preserving the kingdom's ethical fabric. Ilunga Sungu also extended the diplomatic reach of the Luba. His emissaries maintained contact with the Lunda to the west, the Kazembe to the southeast, and smaller polities that bordered the heartland. Diplomatic relations were conducted through rituals of gift exchange and mutual recognition. The gifts themselves, copper ornaments, carved figures, and ceremonial staffs, were rich in symbolism. Each represented a covenant of peace and shared moral commitment. These exchanges reinforced the perception of the Luba as the moral center of the region, a civilization that led by virtue rather than domination. Culturally, the reign of Ilunga Sungu was a renaissance of Luba art and philosophy. The royal workshops produced carvings and regalia of exceptional refinement. Sculptures depicting kings and ancestors conveyed an introspective calm, their faces carved with subtle expressions of wisdom and compassion. The famous Luba caryatid stools, supported by figures of kneeling women, appeared during this era. These works embodied the unity of political and spiritual life. The stool, symbol of authority, rested upon the nurturing form of womanhood, representing the matrilineal foundation of kingship. Each stool was a visual sermon on balance, between gender, between power and service, between the visible and the invisible. The intellectual life of the court also deepened. Storytellers and historians within the embodied refined their oral techniques, turning the collective memory of the kingdom into an art form. Philosophical debates, expressed through parables and proverbs, explored the meaning of justice, the limits of power, and the responsibilities of wealth. One saying from this period, still recalled by Luba elders today, captures Ilunga Sungu's spirit. The ruler's heart must be like the lake, deep, still, and reflecting all who gaze upon it. This aphorism encapsulated the Luba vision of leadership as moral composure in the face of change. Despite its serenity, Ilunga Sungu's reign was not free from challenges. The expanding trade networks that enriched the Luba also exposed them to external tensions. Along the southeastern frontier, the rise of the Kazembe state brought both cooperation and competition. The Kazembe, inheritors of the Lubalunda tradition, controlled the routes leading toward the Luapula Valley and the distant coast. Their growing involvement with coastal traders, some of whom were linked to the Indian Ocean slave and ivory markets, introduced new dynamics that unsettled the balance of the interior. Ilunga Sungu managed these relations through diplomacy, seeking mutual benefit rather than rivalry. He understood that open conflict would only invite instability. Internally, the greatest challenge was maintaining moral cohesion as wealth expanded. The influx of foreign goods and the prestige attached to them created new forms of social aspiration. Younger nobles sought imported ornaments and textiles as symbols of status, sometimes placing material display above moral virtue. Ilunga Sungu responded by reinforcing the role of ritual in everyday life. Festivals honoring the ancestors were expanded, emphasizing humility and gratitude. During these ceremonies, the king himself appeared dressed in simple local attire, a deliberate act of example to remind the people that the true measure of wealth lay in moral integrity, not in foreign finery. The late 18th century under Ilunga Sungu thus represented a moment of conscious renewal, a reaffirmation of the Luba ethos in the face of modernizing forces. His ability to combine adaptability with tradition allowed the kingdom to maintain peace and prosperity even as the surrounding world became more interconnected. It was during his reign that European exploration began to edge closer to Central Africa from both coasts. Though the Luba remained far removed from direct contact, still, the distant tremors of global trade and colonial ambition were beginning to ripple through the interior. Ilunga Sungu could not have foreseen how profoundly these forces would reshape his descendants' world, but his reforms ensured that the Luba entered the coming century with unity and dignity intact. In retrospect, Ilunga Sungu's rule stands as the final flowering of classical Luba civilization. He governed not as a conqueror, but as a custodian, ensuring that the ideals of sacred kingship, moral economy, and communal balance were preserved for future generations. His reign was an age of harmony, a bridge between the long centuries of traditional statecraft and the approaching era of external disruption. As the 18th century drew toward its close, the web of Luba influence continued to spread far beyond the Upemba Basin. To the south and east, along the winding valleys of the Luapula River and the shores of Lake Mweru, a new kingdom emerged, one that carried the blood and memory of the Luba, yet stood at the crossroads of new worlds. This was the realm of Kazembe, a state founded by Luba migrants and shaped by trade, diplomacy, and adaptation. In the story of Kazembe, We witness both the continuation of the Luba legacy and its transformation under the pressures of geography and global change. The origins of the Kazembe kingdom trace to the migrations of the Luba-Lunda peoples during the 17th and early 18th centuries. As the population of the Lunda heartland expanded and trade routes shifted, groups of explorers, warriors, and nobles sought new lands along the southern and eastern frontiers. Among these was a lineage descended from the Lunda royal house itself, which carried with it the institutions and symbols of sacred kingship that had originated among the Luba. Guided by ambition, diplomacy, and divine sanction, these migrants traveled along the Lualaba and Luapula River corridors, eventually settling in the fertile valley that bordered the Great Lakes of the interior. There, they established a new polity, Kazembe, named after its first ruler, a descendant of the Lunda dynasty who combined military prowess with deep respect for ancestral law. From the beginning, the kingdom of Kazembe was both an heir and an innovator. It inherited the moral and political blueprint of the Luba and Lunda, but adapted it to a new environment shaped by long-distance trade and cosmopolitan exchange. The Luapula Valley was a region of abundance, rich in fish, fertile soils, and access to mineral resources. It also lay along emerging trade routes that connected Central Africa to the eastern coast and, indirectly, to the Indian Ocean. These routes brought not only goods, but also ideas, technologies, and influences from distant lands. The rulers of Kazembe understood that survival and prosperity in this new world required both continuity with their ancestral traditions and openness to change. The early kings of Kazembe established their legitimacy through sacred ritual. Like their Luba ancestors, they underwent elaborate initiations that bound them to the moral order of the universe. Their coronations involved purification ceremonies, offerings to the spirits of the land, and the presentation of sacred regalia, staffs, axes, and bracelets that symbolized justice, fertility, and cosmic balance. The royal compound, or Mwada, served as both a political capital and a ritual center. There, the king presided over councils of elders, priests, and warriors, ensuring that decisions reflected both divine will and human wisdom. The fusion of spiritual and political authority that had characterized Luba kingship was thus transplanted into the soil of the Luapula Valley. Yet, unlike the inland Luba, the Kazembe found themselves at the edge of a vast commercial network that linked them to foreign traders from the east. By the 18th century, caravans of Swahili and Arab merchants were moving inland from the coast, seeking ivory, copper, and slaves in exchange for textiles, beads, and other goods. The Kazembe kingdom became a vital node in this trade. Its location at the intersection of river and lake systems made it a natural gateway between the interior and the coastal world. The kings of Kazembe, while maintaining their sacred identity, quickly recognized the economic potential of this position. They organized trade routes, regulated markets, and established diplomatic relations with distant partners. Through these exchanges, Kazembe became one of the most prosperous and cosmopolitan states in Central Africa. The introduction of new goods, cloth from the coast, beads from Asia, and metal ornaments from overseas, transformed Kazembe's material culture. But rather than eroding local identity, these foreign items were absorbed into the moral and aesthetic universe inherited from the Luba. Imported textiles were incorporated into royal regalia, their patterns reinterpreted as symbols of cosmic order. Glass beads, once exotic curiosities, became markers of lineage and status. The court adapted these novelties without abandoning its principles, demonstrating once again the resilience of the Luba-Lunda tradition, to integrate the new through moral meaning. Kazembe's prosperity also attracted attention from afar. In the mid-18th century, Portuguese and other European explorers, moving inland from Angola and Mozambique, began to hear reports of a powerful inland kingdom ruled by a monarch of great wealth and ceremony. The earliest written accounts of Kazembe, recorded by Portuguese envoys in the later 18th and early 19th centuries, describe a state of impressive organization and dignity. They spoke of the Mwata Kazembe, the title of the ruler, as a sovereign surrounded by disciplined courtiers, skilled artisans, and bustling markets. These reports, while filtered through foreign eyes, confirm what oral traditions maintain, that Kazembe had become a beacon of order in a time of expanding chaos. At its height, the Kazembe kingdom controlled extensive territories along the Luapula and extended its influence over neighboring peoples. It maintained armies not as instruments of conquest, but as tools of defense and order. The Mwata Kazembe appointed local chiefs who governed in his name, each responsible for collecting tribute and maintaining peace within their domains. The tribute system mirrored the Luba model of reciprocity. Subjects offered goods and labor to the king, who in turn distributed wealth and spiritual blessings. Festivals celebrating these exchanges reinforced unity and moral obligation. The greatest of these was the Mutomboko, a dance ceremony that commemorated both the founding migrations and the ongoing vitality of the kingdom. Even today, the Mutomboko survives as a living expression of Luba Lunda heritage, embodying centuries of history through movement, song, and symbolism. The political philosophy of Kazembe reflected its dual inheritance. From the Luba, it drew the idea that legitimate power rests on moral restraint. From the Lunda, the notion that strength comes from federation rather than domination. The Mwata Kazembe ruled as the spiritual center of a network of allied chiefs, each maintaining autonomy in local matters while acknowledging the moral supremacy of the throne. This structure allowed the kingdom to govern vast and diverse territories without imposing uniformity. It also mirrored the cosmological vision of balance that lay at the heart of both Luba and Lunda thought: harmony between the one and the many, the center and the periphery, the sacred and the human. The integration of foreign trade, however, brought new complexities. The demand for ivory and slaves from coastal markets created moral dilemmas within the kingdom. While the Mwata Kazembe initially sought to regulate these trades, the pressures of profit and external demand began to strain the ethical framework inherited from Luba tradition. Some local chiefs, seeking wealth and power, participated in slave raids against rival communities, actions that contradicted the moral principles of kinship and reciprocity. The royal court attempted to control these excesses through law and ritual, declaring that human life was sacred and that trade must serve harmony, not greed. Yet the growing influence of coastal traders, who operated outside the moral order of the interior, made such control increasingly difficult. The kingdom's prosperity thus came at the price of mounting ethical tension. Diplomatically, Kazembe became a bridge between worlds. The kings maintained correspondence and alliance with the Lunda and Luba heartlands, ensuring the continuity of shared traditions. They also interacted with Portuguese agents and Swahili merchants, adapting to the shifting balance of power that linked Central Africa to the global economy. The Mwata Kazembe's court became a meeting place of languages, faiths, and customs, a microcosm of a continent in transition. Through diplomacy, the Kazembe rulers sought to protect their sovereignty while navigating the rising tide of external influence. Culturally, the Luba heritage continued to shape Kazembe's institutions. The embodied-like memory councils preserved genealogies and laws, ensuring that the kingdom's identity remained anchored in ancestral wisdom. Storytellers recited the epics of migration, linking the living to the founders who had journeyed from the West. Artists and craftsmen carried forward the aesthetic values of symmetry, restraint, and moral balance. The sculpture and regalia of Kazembe bore the unmistakable imprint of Luba ideals, even as they incorporated motifs inspired by trade and geography. Through this synthesis, the Kazembe created a distinctive cultural identity that honored the past while embracing the present. As the 19th century unfolded, the world surrounding the Luba heartland began to transform at a pace never before experienced. For centuries, the Luba had been at the moral and cultural center of Central Africa, a people who led by example, guided by the sacred ideals of justice, balance, and ancestral wisdom. Their governance had endured through diplomacy and consensus rather than conquest. But now, distant tides of change were washing inland. The expansion of global trade, the rise of coastal powers connected to the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, and the first cautious incursions of European explorers and traders began to reshape the world that the Luba had built. The 19th century was, for the Luba, an age of both endurance and adaptation. Their state remained strong, their institutions intact, and their prestige widespread. Yet the forces gathering beyond their borders were unlike any they had faced before. These were not neighboring chiefdoms or rival kingdoms bound by shared codes of kinship and morality. They were external powers driven by markets, empire, and the growing appetite for Africa's human and material wealth. For the Luba, survival in this new era required both the preservation of tradition and the flexibility to adapt to change. The first signs of transformation came through trade. For generations, the Luba had participated in long-distance commerce linking the interior with distant coasts. Copper, salt, iron, and ivory flowed outward. Beads, cloth, and ornaments flowed inward. This exchange had been managed through moral regulation and mutual respect. But by the early 19th century, these trade networks were becoming more aggressive and exploitative. New intermediaries, Swahili and Arab merchants from the east, Portuguese and Afro-Lusitano traders from the west, were pushing deeper into the continent, seeking ivory and slaves for export. The Luba heartland, with its abundant resources and strategic location, became a focal point of competing influences. At first, the Luba integrated these changes into their system with remarkable skill. They maintained their position as the moral and logistical hub of the interior. Merchants passing through their territory were required to observe local customs, pay tribute, and participate in rituals that sanctified trade. The Mulapwi and his councils treated commerce as a sacred exchange rather than mere transaction. Goods were weighed not only in material value but also in moral consequence. Trade was expected to strengthen community ties, not exploit them. This moral economy, inherited from earlier centuries, provided temporary stability in a world increasingly driven by profit. However, as external demand for ivory and slaves intensified, the balance began to strain. The Luba themselves did not practice large-scale slave trading, as their social and spiritual systems were built on kinship rather than commodification. Yet the growing influence of external traders created indirect pressures. Neighboring polities began raiding for captives to exchange for foreign goods, destabilizing the frontiers. Chiefs who once governed under the moral authority of the Mulapwi now faced temptations of wealth that could be obtained through participation in the expanding regional slave trade. The Luba court, alarmed by these developments, sought to reaffirm moral unity through renewed rituals, decrees, and diplomatic appeals. But the economic forces at work were larger than any one kingdom could contain. During this period, Luba diplomacy became increasingly sophisticated. The Mulapwi sent emissaries to neighboring rulers to negotiate alliances and mutual defense pacts. These missions were often led by members of the embodied society whose mastery of oral history and ceremonial language made them effective ambassadors. Through stories and proverbs, they reminded their counterparts of the shared ancestry and moral heritage that bound the Central African kingdoms together. For a time, these efforts succeeded in maintaining peace among the Luba, Lunda, and Kazembe states, even as the outer regions grew turbulent under the influence of foreign traders. The structure of the Luba government during this century remained deeply rooted in its ancient principles. The king continued to rule as a sacred figure, responsible for the moral and spiritual health of the kingdom. Councils of elders advised him on matters of justice, economy, and diplomacy. The Mbudia preserved the memory of the past, ensuring that every policy drew legitimacy from historical precedent. Yet the context of their deliberations was changing. Questions of trade regulation, border security, and contact with foreign powers now dominated discussions once focused on ritual and succession. The Luba were entering a world where moral wisdom alone was no longer sufficient. Strategic calculation had become equally essential. Cultural life during this period reflected both continuity and anxiety. The arts flourished, but their themes became more introspective. Sculptors produced figures of ancestors with expressions of vigilance and contemplation, as though aware of the uncertain times ahead. Ritual objects such as staffs and stools continued to symbolize authority, but they also became instruments of reassurance, a visible reminder of the stability that tradition provided. Music and oral poetry took on new resonance, blending praise for past kings with reflections on the moral dangers of the present. Elders warned through song that wealth without memory is a wound that does not heal, a poetic critique of those who allowed foreign goods to eclipse ancestral values. Despite these tensions, the Luba managed to maintain internal harmony for much of the 19th century. Their resilience lay in the adaptability of their institutions. The embodied society, once primarily a repository of history, evolved into a mechanism for social and political renewal. During times of crisis, its members convened councils to interpret the meaning of events through ancestral wisdom. They reminded rulers that history was cyclical. Periods of imbalance could be corrected through moral realignment. This philosophy of renewal allowed the Luba to absorb shocks without collapse, even as trade, migration, and external influence increased. Nevertheless, cracks in the system were becoming visible. The rise of ambitious local chiefs, particularly in outlying regions, challenged the authority of the central court. Some leaders began to claim semi-independence, establishing their own courts modeled after the Luba but less constrained by its moral discipline. These semi-autonomous states, while still paying ritual homage to the Malapwi, began to conduct their own trade directly with foreign merchants. This decentralization weakened the unity of the empire and made it more vulnerable to external manipulation. By the mid-19th century, the first reports of European explorers began to reach the edges of the Luba world. Portuguese agents from Angola and British travelers following the Congo and Zambezi rivers heard stories of the Empire of Luba, a vast and organized state governed by sacred kings. These outsiders, though fascinated, misunderstood much of what they saw. They measured civilization by stone architecture and written records, failing to comprehend the intellectual and moral sophistication of a society built on oral memory and ritual law. The Luba, for their part, regarded the strangers with curiosity but caution. To them, these pale travelers were not divine envoys but unfamiliar wanderers, men without ancestors, whose restless movement through the land seemed to defy the moral order of belonging. The growing external contact also brought changes in military organization. Though the Luba had long preferred diplomacy to warfare, they now faced new types of threats: slave raiders, mercenary bands, and foreign armed groups who ignored ancestral law. To defend their people, the Luba kings authorized the formation of local defense forces under the supervision of trusted chiefs. These militias were not standing armies, but communal organizations rooted in ritual obligation. Warriors were blessed before battle and bound by oaths to protect the moral order. Victory was measured not by conquest, but by the restoration of balance. This approach allowed the Luba to resist incursions without losing their ethical foundation. Religion, too, evolved during this century of contact. While ancestral worship remained central, new ideas began to filter through the trade routes. Some merchants brought Islamic influences from the East, introducing unfamiliar prayers and moral codes. The Luba, however, integrated rather than replaced their beliefs. They interpreted foreign teachings through the lens of their own cosmology, equating distant deities with local spirits and adapting foreign practices to fit ancestral ethics. This process of selective adaptation preserved cultural integrity while allowing intellectual growth. By the middle decades of the 19th century, the moral order that had sustained the Luba Empire for centuries began to meet the unfamiliar rhythms of a rapidly globalizing world. Foreigners, explorers, traders, and later colonial agents were pressing inward from the Atlantic and Indian Ocean coasts, their paths converging upon the Congo Basin. For the first time in their history, the Luba found themselves drawn into the orbit of global commerce and empire. The arrival of Europeans marked a turning point not only in the political destiny of the Luba kingdom, but also in the moral imagination of Central Africa. What had once been a self-contained world governed by ancestral memory and sacred law now faced powers that neither shared its ethics nor respected its sovereignty. For centuries, the geography of the Upemba Basin had shielded the Luba from outside conquest. The interlocking lakes, dense forests, and winding rivers created both a natural fortress and a self-sufficient world. Information about the Luba had circulated in vague reports among coastal traders who spoke of a kingdom of copper and memory deep in the interior. Yet few outsiders had ever reached its heart. That changed in the 19th century, when European exploration of Africa accelerated in pursuit of scientific knowledge, commerce, and imperial expansion. Among the earliest Europeans to gather concrete information about the Luba were Portuguese and Afro-Luso traders operating from Angola, who heard of the empire through the Lunda and Kazembe intermediaries. They described it as a sophisticated polity ruled by divine kings and governed through councils of elders. By the 1840s and 1850s, British explorers, such as David Livingstone, began their journeys across Central and Southern Africa. Although Livingstone himself never entered the Luba heartland, he heard detailed accounts of it during his travels along the upper Zambezi and the Lualaba River. He noted the existence of the Baluba, a people renowned for their discipline, their iron and copper craftsmanship, and their complex moral codes. To European ears, these descriptions seemed almost paradoxical, an advanced civilization without written records, cities, or monuments of stone. The first direct contact between the Luba and Europeans occurred through intermediary African traders who had begun carrying European goods inland. Beads, cloth, mirrors, and firearms entered the trade networks that connected the coast to the Congo interior. The Luba, cautious yet curious, incorporated some of these goods into their economy and rituals. Firearms were valued not only for defense, but also for their symbolic association with thunder, a natural force already sacred in Luba cosmology. Imported textiles were integrated into royal regalia, their bright colors representing vitality and cosmic order. In this early stage, the Luba did what they had always done when encountering novelty. They absorbed it into their moral universe, reinterpreting foreign material within ancestral meaning. However, the intentions of the new arrivals were very different from those of the traders, envoys, or migrants the Luba had known before. European explorers came not as participants in a shared moral order, but as agents of a global system that saw Africa primarily as a field for economic extraction and imperial competition. Their journeys were often presented as quests for science and discovery, yet they also mapped the routes that merchants, missionaries, and colonial armies would later follow. The Luba, unaware of the geopolitical calculations behind these ventures, treated the strangers according to their own customs of hospitality and diplomacy. To the Luba, the European visitors were guests to be welcomed, questioned, and ritually cleansed before entering sacred space. To the Europeans, the Luba were potential allies, laborers, or obstacles in a larger scramble for resources. The arrival of these foreigners also coincided with profound shifts in regional trade dynamics. The East African trade networks dominated by Swahili and Arab merchants had by this time extended deep into the interior, reaching as far west as the Lualaba River. These traders established stations where ivory and slaves were exchanged for firearms, cloth, and beads. The Luba, positioned at the intersection of these networks, became both beneficiaries and victims of the new economy. Their copper and iron products were in high demand, but the increase in slave raiding on their borders threatened the moral integrity of the kingdom. The Malapwi and his councils issued decrees condemning the capture and sale of free people, declaring that trade must not violate the sanctity of kinship. Yet the pull of profit and the growing power of armed outsiders made enforcement difficult. European travelers who entered the region during this time observed a society in transition. They encountered Luba officials dressed in imported cloth yet adhering strictly to traditional etiquette. They saw elaborate royal ceremonies blending ancestral rites with newly acquired symbols of prestige. The Luba capital, known to some outsiders as the seat of King Kasongo or Kalamba Mukenge, names that represented successive rulers, was described as a large, well-organized settlement surrounded by smaller villages and fields. Its court life impressed even skeptical observers. Justice was administered through councils, disputes were resolved by consensus, and punishments were tempered by moral instruction. Yet beneath this surface order, the pressures of a changing world were unmistakable. By the 1870s, the Congo Basin had become a focal point of European exploration and imperial rivalry. The most famous of these expeditions was that of Henry Morton Stanley, who journeyed along the Congo River under the patronage of King Leopold of Belgium. Stanley's travels brought him into contact with regions that bordered the Luba sphere, and his reports of the interior, rich in minerals, organized under powerful kings, and connected by navigable waterways, ignited European ambitions. To the Luba, these movements were still distant. To Europe, they signaled opportunity. The moral geography that had guided Central African life for centuries was being redrawn into maps of empire. Within the Luba world, these developments were met with a mixture of curiosity, caution, and defiance. The Embodied society played a vital role in interpreting the meaning of these encounters. They read the new events not as mere political threats, but as moral challenges. Some elders compared the coming of foreigners to the mythic age of Mbidi Kilue, when an outsider had once transformed their society through wisdom. But others warned that these newcomers lacked the moral understanding that made Mbidi's reforms possible. The Lukasa memory boards were used to teach that power without balance leads to ruin, a lesson increasingly relevant as the outside world pressed in. The late 19th century also brought growing internal divisions within the Luba heartland. Some chiefs sought to ally themselves with foreign traders to gain access to firearms and goods, while others resisted any contact that might undermine sacred law. This tension created fractures in the once unified political system. In certain regions, powerful local leaders began to act independently, forming semi-autonomous states that retained Luba rituals but no longer recognized the full authority of the Mulopwe. These changes did not immediately destroy the empire, but they eroded the centralized harmony that had long been its strength. Missionaries soon followed the explorers and traders. The first Catholic and Protestant missions reached regions near the Luba heartland in the later decades of the century. They brought literacy, new forms of education, and the promise of spiritual salvation, but also a challenge to the traditional moral order. The missionaries often misinterpreted Luba religion as pagan superstition, failing to see the profound philosophical system embedded in its rituals. Some Luba communities accepted the new faith, integrating elements of Christian belief into their cosmology, while others resisted conversion as an assault on ancestral memory. This encounter produced a new cultural synthesis that would shape the 20th century as Luba intellectuals later used literacy and Christian institutions to preserve their heritage in written form. As European colonial ambitions crystallized in the Berlin Conference of 1884 and 1885, Central Africa was divided into zones of European control. The Luba lands fell within the domain claimed by King Leopold's Congo Free State, a regime that would soon become infamous for its brutality and exploitation. At first, the Luba were only peripherally affected. Their interior position and established governance allowed them to maintain relative autonomy. But by the 1890s, the reach of colonial agents and concession companies had extended into the copper and iron-rich regions of Katanga. Forced labor, taxation, and violence followed, dismantling the delicate moral and political balance that had sustained the Luba for centuries. In the face of these intrusions, Luba leaders employed a variety of strategies. Some sought accommodation, negotiating treaties that they believed would preserve autonomy. Others turned to spiritual resistance, invoking ancestral powers to repel foreign domination. Oral traditions speak of prophets and visionaries who warned that the era of balance was ending and urged the people to hold fast to their memory. The Mbudie continued to record and recite history, transforming oral tradition into an act of defiance against oblivion. Even under the shadow of colonialism, the Luba did not conceive of themselves as conquered. They saw themselves as custodians of a world order temporarily eclipsed but not destroyed. When the 20th century dawned, the once mighty Luba Empire had been drawn into a new and unfamiliar world. Its ancestral heartland, rich in copper, iron, and memory, now lay within the grasp of the Congo Free State, the private domain of King Leopold of Belgium. The moral world that had guided the Luba for 1,000 years was suddenly confronted with an alien system built not on sacred balance or communal responsibility, but on extraction, exploitation, and fear. The arrival of colonial rule marked the beginning of one of the darkest chapters in Central African history. Yet, even in this age of violence and subjugation, the Luba people found ways to preserve their identity, their memory, and their belief that morality could outlast power. The Congo Free State was established in the 1880s as a personal possession of Leopold, who claimed to bring civilization and progress to the heart of Africa. In truth, his administration functioned as a vast commercial enterprise, dedicated to the ruthless extraction of rubber, ivory, and minerals. The Luba heartland, particularly the Katanga region, became one of its most coveted territories because of its mineral wealth. Belgian and European concession companies moved rapidly to exploit these resources, backed by armed militias known as the Force Publique. To the Luba, who had governed themselves for centuries through consensus and ritual accountability, the sudden imposition of coercive authority was incomprehensible. Their moral order had rested on the principle that rulers served the people. Now they faced a regime that saw the people as instruments of profit. The first decades of the 20th century brought suffering on a scale that defied ancestral understanding. Forced labor became a central feature of the colonial economy. Men were compelled to harvest rubber and work in the expanding copper mines of Katanga. Women were taken as hostages to ensure compliance. Villages were burned for failing to meet production quotas. Those who resisted were tortured, mutilated, or killed. The system was not simply brutal, it was deliberately dehumanizing, designed to break the spiritual foundations of the people it sought to control. Yet, even under this terror, the Luba refused to forget who they were. The Embodied society, long the guardian of Luba history and morality, went underground. Its members continued to meet in secret, using the Lukasa memory boards to recount the lineage of kings and the laws of the ancestors. Each gathering was an act of resistance. By remembering their past, they preserved the idea that the current suffering was not destiny, but disruption. The Luba interpreted their oppression through the lens of their cyclical philosophy of history. Every age of imbalance would eventually give way to renewal. Their ancestors had survived droughts, wars, and invasions. Now they would endure this new trial as well. In some regions, traditional leaders sought accommodation with the colonial authorities to protect their communities. Chiefs who cooperated were often recognized by the Belgian administration and given limited authority to collect taxes or enforce labor laws. Others resisted, retreating into the forests or leading uprisings that were brutally suppressed. The most significant resistance in Luba territory came in the form of spiritual movements that reinterpreted traditional religion to challenge colonial rule. Prophets and visionaries emerged, proclaiming that the ancestors had not abandoned their people and that divine justice would soon return. These movements combined Christian imagery with Luba cosmology, creating a fusion of faiths that both comforted and inspired. One such prophetic figure, remembered in oral tradition, was a woman known as Nkolomoni. She preached that the spirits of the land were angry because the foreigners had desecrated sacred places and enslaved their children. Her followers performed rituals of purification and refused to work for the colonizers. Though the movement was quickly suppressed, its message spread widely, that the moral world of the Luba was greater than the temporal power of the invaders. These early spiritual resistances laid the groundwork for later political consciousness, transforming faith into a language of liberation. Education, too, became a site of both oppression and opportunity. Missionary schools established by Catholic and Protestant missions introduced literacy, often in European languages, alongside Christian teachings. The missionaries condemned many Luba practices as pagan, but also provided access to new tools of knowledge. For young Luba men and women, schooling became a means of survival in a changing world. Some used it to navigate the colonial system, securing positions as clerks, teachers, or interpreters. Others used it to preserve memory in new forms, translating oral traditions into written texts, documenting genealogies, and recording proverbs and songs. The written word, once foreign, became another instrument of cultural endurance. Despite the repression, the early decades of the 20th century also saw the beginnings of adaptation and reorganization within Luba society. The collapse of the centralized empire under colonial rule did not erase its social structures. Rather, they re-emerged at local levels. Extended families and clan councils continued to govern daily life, mediating disputes and maintaining the ethics of mutual responsibility. Ritual specialists preserved agricultural ceremonies and rites of passage, ensuring that even under foreign control, the cycle of birth, marriage, and death remained guided by ancestral law. Economically, the introduction of the cash economy disrupted the traditional systems of reciprocity that had defined Luba life. Taxes had to be paid in money rather than goods, forcing men to seek wage labor in mines and plantations far from home. The copper mines of Katanga, operated by Belgian companies, became magnets for forced and migrant labor. Thousands of Luba men left their villages for months or years, working under harsh conditions for meager pay. Yet even within this exploitative system, they carried with them fragments of their culture, songs, proverbs, and stories that reminded them of who they were. In the mining camps, they formed networks of solidarity, recreating miniature versions of the kinship systems that had sustained them for generations. The colonial authorities, aware of the Luba's organizational capacity, often tried to manipulate their traditional institutions for their own ends. They appointed chiefs where none had existed, reshaping the complex web of Luba governance into a hierarchy that suited administrative convenience. This policy, known as indirect rule, distorted the moral principles of leadership. Chiefs who had once been accountable to councils and ancestors now derived their authority from colonial power. Some resisted, insisting that true leadership came only from ancestral sanction. Others accepted the new order, seeking to use their positions to shield their people from the worst abuses. The result was a fractured political landscape in which collaboration and resistance often coexisted within the same community. Cultural resilience remained the unbroken thread through these years of turmoil. The Luba artistic tradition continued to flourish, adapting to new circumstances while preserving its symbolic depth. Carvers produced wooden figures and masks that blended traditional forms with new influences. Missionaries often collected these objects as art without understanding their spiritual significance. Yet for the Luba, each carving was a form of remembrance, a way to speak to the ancestors when open ritual was forbidden. The serene faces and balanced proportions of Luba sculpture became silent acts of defiance, embodiments of the moral equilibrium the colonizers could not destroy. The early 20th century also saw the gradual spread of political awareness among the educated Luba elite. As literacy expanded, so did communication between different regions of the Congo. Teachers, clerks, and catechists who had once served colonial institutions began to discuss the injustices they witnessed. They drew connections between the suffering of their people and broader movements for freedom emerging across Africa. Some joined early labor unions and mutual aid societies that provided both economic support and political education. Others began to write letters and petitions demanding reforms, invoking not only European notions of rights, but also traditional Luba concepts of justice and reciprocity. Throughout these decades, the moral tension between Luba ethics and colonial exploitation remained unresolved. The colonial authorities viewed labor and production as measures of civilization. The Luba measured civilization by harmony and mutual respect. The collision of these values created constant friction. Yet it also gave birth to a powerful idea that the preservation of moral integrity was itself a form of resistance. By keeping their ancestral principles alive, the Luba ensured that colonial rule could never fully claim their souls, even if it dominated their land. By the 1920s, the worst excesses of the Congo Free State had been curtailed after international outcry, and the territory had been transferred to the Belgian government as the Belgian Congo. Though conditions improved somewhat, the fundamental inequalities of colonial rule persisted. Infrastructure projects, roads, railways, and mines were built to serve European interests rather than local welfare. The Luba heartland, rich in minerals, became central to the colonial economy, but its people remained among the poorest. Education expanded, yet it was designed to produce obedient laborers rather than independent thinkers. Still, within this narrow space, Luba intellectual life continued to grow. By the middle decades of the 20th century, the Luba heartland found itself at the crossroads of two worlds. The ancient order of memory, ritual, and moral balance that had guided generations still pulsed within villages and families, while the structures of colonial rule pressed harder with the machinery of modern exploitation. Yet from within this tension emerged a new consciousness, an awakening that would reshape not only the destiny of the Luba, but also the broader struggle for independence across Central Africa. The Belgian colonial state, which had replaced Leopold's private dominion in the early 1900s, presented itself as a paternal force of civilization and progress. In practice, it continued to treat the Congolese as subjects rather than citizens, confining them to the lowest rungs of the economic and political order. In the Luba regions, colonial administrators oversaw mining operations, agricultural projects, and missionary schools that extracted labor and molded mines in the service of empire. But despite its rigid control, the Belgian system unwittingly created the conditions for political and cultural transformation. The Luba, whose ancestors had built an empire through wisdom and adaptability, now began to use those same qualities to navigate, and eventually challenge, the colonial order. The copper mines of Katanga became the crucible of this transformation. By the 1930s, the region had become one of the most important industrial centers in Central Africa, supplying the world with vast quantities of copper and cobalt. Thousands of Luba men, displaced by forced taxation and land shortages, migrated to work in the mines. Though the conditions were harsh, the mining camps became spaces of cultural exchange and organization. Workers from different ethnic groups lived side by side, sharing songs, languages, and stories. Within this melting pot, a new form of Luba identity emerged, one less tied to geography and clan, more bound by shared experience and collective struggle. In the mining towns, Luba workers adapted their ancestral traditions to new realities. The moral economy of reciprocity that had once defined village life was reimagined as mutual aid societies, burial associations, and savings groups. These organizations provided support in times of illness or unemployment and became early vehicles of social solidarity. They also served as informal schools of leadership, where men and women learned negotiation, organization, and collective responsibility. The spirit of the embodied, the ancestral council of memory, found new expression in these urban gatherings, where oral history was replaced by written petitions and moral wisdom by political discourse. Missionary education expanded dramatically during this period. Catholic and Protestant missions competed to establish schools throughout the Congo, including in Luba areas. By the 1940s, a small but growing class of literate Luba men and women had emerged. They were teachers, clerks, and catechists, trained to serve colonial institutions but increasingly aware of their own capacity to think and act independently. Education, intended as a tool of control, became a seed of emancipation. The mission classrooms introduced literacy, but the stories and songs of the villages continued to teach ethics and identity. This dual education produced a generation fluent in both ancestral wisdom and modern knowledge, capable of translating one into the other. It was in these years that a subtle cultural revival began to take shape. The Luba intellectuals of the late colonial period started to collect oral histories, record proverbs, and study traditional art forms. They recognized that their heritage was not an obstacle to progress, but a source of strength. Some collaborated with European anthropologists who came to study Luba culture, ensuring that the richness of their traditions was at least partially preserved in writing. Others began to reinterpret the old myths, such as those of Mumbidi Kilauea and Kalala Ilunga, not as distant legends, but as allegories for resilience in a time of oppression. In this way, memory became a form of modern consciousness. The Second World War marked another turning point. The war effort increased the demand for Congolese minerals, bringing even more Luba laborers into the industrial workforce. At the same time, the war's rhetoric of freedom and self-determination resonated deeply with African soldiers and workers. Many Luba men were conscripted into the colonial army, serving alongside Europeans and hearing for the first time of global struggles for liberty. When they returned home, they carried new ideas about rights, equality, and the possibility of change. The contradictions of the colonial order became harder to ignore. By the late 1940s, the seeds of political awareness had taken root. Urban centers such as Elizabethville, modern Lubumbashi, and Luluabourg, modern Kananga, became hubs of debate and organization. Luba workers joined emerging labor unions that demanded better wages and conditions. Teachers and clerks began forming cultural associations dedicated to the preservation of their heritage and the advancement of African dignity. Churches, once instruments of colonial authority, became sanctuaries for discussion about justice and morality. Even the artistic sphere became a quiet form of rebellion. Sculptors and musicians began to reintroduce ancestral motifs and rhythms into works that celebrated both faith and freedom. The Luba people's long history of moral governance and collective deliberation now manifested in the politics of the 20th century. Their ancestral philosophy, which valued balance between power and community, helped shape the emerging African concept of participatory leadership. When nationalist ideas began to circulate across the Congo in the 1950s, the Luba were among those most prepared to lead. Their centuries of experience with councils, consensus, and sacred authority provided a philosophical framework for modern political organization. However, the transition from colonial subject to political actor was neither smooth nor uniform. The Belgian administration sought to delay reform by promoting ethnic divisions and maintaining strict control over political expression. In the Luba regions, administrators often favored certain chiefs or mission leaders, creating rivalries that mirrored the old colonial strategy of divide and rule. Yet even these divisions could not suppress the growing momentum. Across villages, towns, and mines, people began to speak of Bomoko, unity. One of the most significant developments of this era was the emergence of the Association des Baluba du Katanga, ABAKAT, a social and cultural organization formed in the late colonial period. Though ostensibly apolitical, ABAKAT became a platform for Luba intellectuals and professionals to advocate for education, labor rights, and cultural recognition. Its meetings echoed the ancient gatherings of the embodied, blending debate with ritual and memory. Through ABAKAT, the Luba rediscovered a sense of collective purpose that transcended colonial boundaries. As the decade of the 1950s advanced, the winds of decolonization swept across Africa. The rise of nationalist movements in Ghana, Nigeria, and other parts of the continent inspired Congolese activists to demand self-rule. The Luba were at the forefront of these movements, particularly in the Kasai and Katanga regions. Many of the leaders, who would later play central roles in Congo's independence, teachers, clerks, union organizers, were of Luba heritage or had been shaped by Luba social philosophy. Their political vision combined a call for freedom with a deep sense of moral obligation, reflecting the ancient belief that leadership must serve harmony. The colonial administration, sensing the coming change, attempted to reform from within. Schools and administrative posts were expanded to include a small number of Congolese elites. Elections were introduced at local levels, though tightly controlled. The Belgians hoped to produce a generation of loyal intermediaries who would manage the colony under continued European oversight. But the forces they had unleashed could no longer be contained. In cities and rural areas alike, people began to speak openly of independence. Newspapers, written in French and local languages, circulated ideas about nationalism and unity. For the Luba, independence was not merely a political goal, it was a moral restoration. It promised the return of dignity, the end of humiliation, and the renewal of balance between ruler and ruled. In this sense, it echoed the ancestral covenant that had bound kings and subjects in the days of the empire. The dream of freedom was thus a continuation of the Luba philosophy of equilibrium, reinterpreted for a modern world. When the Congo finally declared independence in June of 1960, the air across the vast country vibrated with a sense of hope and renewal. For the Luba people, whose ancestors had built one of the great moral and political civilizations of pre-colonial Africa, this moment carried a profound symbolic weight. It was not merely the end of Belgian rule, it was the reawakening of an older covenant, the belief that leadership must serve harmony and that power without morality could never endure. Yet the first years of independence, instead of fulfilling that dream, descended quickly into turmoil. Within months, the new nation was engulfed in crisis, and the Luba heartland became one of its central battlegrounds. The joy of independence was immediate but fragile. The Belgian withdrawal, rushed and poorly planned, left the Congo with few trained administrators and no coherent national framework. A country larger than all of Western Europe had only a handful of Congolese university graduates. Deep ethnic, regional, and political divisions, many of them fostered by decades of colonial manipulation, now erupted into open conflict. In the midst of this chaos, the Luba people, divided between the Kasai and Katanga provinces, found themselves drawn into the struggles that would define the early years of the Congolese state. One of the central figures in the new nation's early politics was Patrice Lumumba, whose vision of a unified and independent Congo inspired millions. Lumumba's message of national solidarity resonated deeply with many Luba intellectuals, who saw in his call for justice echoes of their own ancestral ideals of moral governance. Yet unity proved elusive. Regional leaders, fearing the loss of local power, began to push for autonomy or outright secession. In the mineral-rich south, Moise Tshombe led Katanga's declaration of independence, backed by Belgian mining interests. In the Kasai region, where the Luba population was strong, similar tensions led to the formation of the secessionist state of South Kasai under Albert Kalonji, himself of Luba descent. The rise of South Kasai reflected both the aspirations and the contradictions of the post-colonial moment. Kalonji presented his movement as the restoration of the ancient Luba monarchy, claiming descent from the line of Ilunga and Kalala Ilunga. In August of 1960, he declared himself Mulapwe, reviving the sacred title of the old Luba kings. To his supporters, this act symbolized a return to moral order after the chaos of independence. They believed that by re-establishing traditional kingship within a modern framework, they could restore dignity and self-governance to their people. Kalonji's capital at Bakwanga, modern Mbuji-Mayi, became both a political and spiritual center, adorned with symbols drawn from Luba history and ritual. Yet Kalonji's vision soon collided with the realities of the new political order. His claim to kingship divided rather than united the Luba. Some viewed it as a legitimate revival of ancestral authority, while others saw it as an opportunistic distortion of tradition for political gain. Many Luba intellectuals, particularly those aligned with Lumumba's nationalist movement, rejected secession altogether, arguing that true independence required national unity, not fragmentation. The tension between moral legitimacy and political pragmatism, a tension that had shaped Luba governance for centuries, now played out on a national stage with deadly consequences. The Congo crisis, which erupted between 1960 and 1965, turned the dream of independence into a nightmare of violence. Foreign powers, fearful of losing control over the Congo's resources, intervened through covert operations and military support for rival factions. The United Nations sent peacekeepers to restore order, but their presence could not halt the bloodshed. In South Kasai, conflicts between rival political groups and ethnic communities escalated into massacres. Thousands of civilians were killed as government troops advanced to suppress the secession. The land that had once symbolized moral equilibrium was now scarred by vengeance and fear. Amid this chaos, the ancient institutions of Luba society became sources of resilience. Clan networks and traditional councils helped organize the evacuation of refugees, distributed food, and mediated local conflicts when formal authority collapsed. Priests, elders, and women's groups invoked ancestral rituals to heal communities torn apart by war. Even as modern politics disintegrated, the memory of Luba moral law, bulapwi, the balance between authority and compassion, continued to guide daily survival. Albert Kalonji's Luba kingdom survived only a few years. By 1962, internal dissent and external pressure forced him to abandon the title of Mulapwi and reintegrate South Kasai into the Congolese state. Yet the episode left a lasting legacy. It demonstrated both the enduring power and the fragile adaptability of Luba political culture. The invocation of kingship in the modern age showed that the ideals of ancestral governance still carried emotional and moral weight, but it also revealed the danger of myth when detached from its ethical foundation. The true Luba kingship had been built on moral consensus. Its imitation in a world of modern nation-states could not replicate that harmony. After the crisis, the Luba regions became centers of reconstruction and political realignment. Many Luba who had fled the violence returned to rebuild their lives. They entered new professions as teachers, traders, and administrators in the restructured Congolese Republic. The experience of war had taught them the costs of division, and many now sought stability through participation in the national government. Yet, mistrust lingered, especially between Luba communities in Kasai and those in Katanga. The old imperial unity of the Luba world was now scattered across provinces and political factions, but its cultural and moral identity remained intact. The mid-1960s marked another turning point with the rise of Joseph Désiré Mobutu, who seized power in a military coup in 1965. Mobutu's regime, which promised stability after years of chaos, established an authoritarian order under the banner of national unity. His policy of authenticity, introduced later in the 1970s, sought to promote African identity by renaming places and encouraging the revival of indigenous traditions. For the Luba, this policy carried a peculiar irony. The colonial powers had once suppressed their traditions as primitive. Now, the post-colonial state sought to reinvent them as symbols of modern nationhood. Under Mobutu's regime, the Luba people played a significant role in national politics and administration. Many Luba intellectuals, educated in mission schools and universities, rose to positions of influence within the civil service, the church, and the army. Their reputation for discipline, organization, and moral seriousness made them valuable to the state, though it also attracted resentment from rival groups. In some regions, tensions between ethnic communities reignited, fueled by competition for jobs and political representation. Yet, despite these challenges, the Luba continued to serve as cultural and intellectual leaders in the evolving Congolese society. At the same time, the spiritual and artistic traditions of the Luba experienced a quiet revival. Anthropologists, art historians, and African scholars turned their attention to the kingdom's rich heritage. Luba art, once dismissed as mere craft, was now celebrated in museums and galleries around the world for its elegance and symbolism. The wooden figures and stools carved by Luba artists became emblems of African philosophical depth, a visual language of balance and introspection. For the Luba themselves, this recognition was both pride and burden. Their culture was admired globally, but often misunderstood in its living context. The Luba diaspora that formed during and after the Congo crisis also became a source of renewal. Migrants who moved to cities such as Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, and even abroad carried with them the traditions of Bulopwe. They formed associations that preserved oral histories, sponsored community schools, and organized cultural festivals. In urban parishes and neighborhood halls, The memory of the Luba Empire lived on, not as nostalgia, but as moral orientation. The idea that leadership must embody balance, restraint, and compassion continued to guide community life, even in the anonymity of modern cities. By the time the 20th century reached its final decades, the Luba people had lived through an extraordinary succession of worlds. They had built a vast pre-colonial empire governed by moral law and sacred kingship. They had endured the violence of colonial exploitation, navigated the turbulence of independence, and adapted to the realities of post-colonial rule. Through all these transformations, they never lost the moral compass that had guided them since the time of Mbidi Kilwe and Kalala Ilunga, the conviction that power, memory, and community must remain bound together. As the Congo moved through the later 20th century, the Luba once again proved that their strength lay not in military might or material wealth, but in endurance, adaptability, and the capacity to turn history itself into a source of renewal. The period from the 1970s to the 1990s was one of both promise and paradox for the Luba and for the nation as a whole. On the surface, the Congo, renamed Zaire under Mobutu Sese Seko, appeared unified and stable. Mobutu's policy of authenticity sought to erase colonial influences by promoting African culture and identity. Cities, people, and even the country itself received new indigenous names. The Luba, with their long and proud history, were held up as an example of authentic African civilization. Mobutu's propagandists invoked the Luba Empire as proof that Central Africa had once produced complex systems of governance and morality long before European contact. In official ceremonies, images of ancient kings and Luba art were displayed as symbols of national pride. Yet this state-sponsored celebration of tradition masked a deeper contradiction. Mobutu's regime, though adorned with the language of authenticity, operated through corruption, coercion, and personal rule, the very antithesis of the moral governance that had defined the Luba legacy. The same empire that had built its strength on consensus and sacred restraint was now invoked to justify authoritarian control. The Luba people, while respected for their culture, often found themselves navigating a political system that demanded loyalty over integrity. Many of their intellectuals, administrators, and soldiers rose to prominent positions within the government, but this success came at the price of moral compromise. To survive in Mobutu's Zaire, one had to balance pride in identity with caution in expression. Despite this, the Luba continued to be among the intellectual and cultural engines of the nation. The expansion of education and urbanization during these decades produced a new generation of Luba scholars, writers, and artists. Universities in Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, and Kananga became centers of cultural inquiry where students explored their history not as colonial anthropology but as living philosophy. Luba academics began publishing works on their political systems, religion, and art, linking ancient traditions to modern African thought. They argued that the Luba concept of bulapwi, the moral authority of the ruler, offered lessons for contemporary African governance, especially in an age when many post-colonial states struggled with corruption and instability. In the arts, the Luba heritage continued to inspire creativity. Sculptors, painters, and musicians blended traditional motifs with modern techniques, creating forms that spoke to both ancestral memory and present reality. The serene faces of classical Luba statuary found echoes in contemporary painting, symbolizing inner strength and moral composure. Musicians reinterpreted ceremonial rhythms into modern compositions that filled the airwaves of Zaire's radio stations. Even pop culture carried the imprint of the old empire. Proverbs from Luba oral tradition appeared in song lyrics, and references to the ancient kings became metaphors for wisdom and endurance. Yet while Luba culture flourished in the realm of art and intellect, life for ordinary people grew increasingly difficult. The national economy, once buoyed by the export of copper and other minerals, began to collapse under the weight of corruption and mismanagement. The decline of mining operations in Katanga and Kasai led to widespread unemployment. Inflation eroded savings, and infrastructure decayed. In rural areas, traditional farming sustained families, but government neglect left communities isolated. In cities, the Luba, like many Congolese, survived through informal labor and mutual support networks reminiscent of the old systems of reciprocity. These decades also witnessed growing political tension. Ethnic rivalries, often fueled by competition for resources and political representation, resurfaced in regions where the Luba lived in large numbers. In Katanga, resentment toward Luba migrants, many of whom had come during the colonial mining boom, flared into violence. Pogroms and expulsions forced tens of thousands of Luba families to flee back to Kasai or seek refuge in other provinces. This tragedy reopened old wounds and reminded the Luba that, even in the modern age, identity could still be used as a weapon. Yet even amid displacement, they organized themselves with remarkable cohesion. Refugee associations, churches, and local councils worked tirelessly to resettle families, preserve dignity, and provide education for children. The churches played a crucial role in this period of crisis. Catholic and Protestant institutions, long established in the Luba heartland, became spaces of both faith and resistance. Clergy and lay leaders invoked Christian ethics alongside Luba moral philosophy to denounce injustice and advocate for human dignity. The fusion of these two moral systems, one ancient, one introduced, created a uniquely Luba form of liberation theology. Sermons drew parallels between biblical narratives of exile and the historical experience of displacement, reminding congregations that suffering was not the end of the story. As in the days of the embodied, memory became the path to renewal. In the 1980s, as Mobutu's regime began to falter under international pressure and internal decay, Luba intellectuals increasingly participated in movements calling for democratization. Writers and activists published essays arguing that true African authenticity required not blind loyalty to tradition, but fidelity to its ethical essence: justice, community, and balance. They contended that the legacy of the Luba Empire was not one of monarchy or hierarchy, but of moral governance rooted in accountability. In private gatherings, in church halls, and through underground publications, they discussed how ancestral principles could inspire a new vision for democracy. The end of the Cold War and the collapse of Mobutu's foreign support in the early 1990s unleashed another wave of upheaval. As protests and economic collapse spread, the Luba once again found themselves caught between loyalty to national unity and defense of local identity. The province of Kasai, heavily Luba in population, became both a center of reformist activism and a target of political scapegoating. In the mining towns, strikes and demonstrations erupted. The government responded with repression, deepening the cycle of mistrust. Yet through all this turmoil, the resilience of the Luba spirit endured. Families continued to teach the old stories to their children, ensuring that the names of Mbidi Kilue, Kalala Ilunga, and Ilunga Sungu remained alive in the collective consciousness. The Lukasa memory boards, once used to instruct kings, became educational tools in community centers and cultural exhibitions. The philosophy of balance and moral restraint continued to shape daily life, guiding decisions in households and local councils. Even as many Luba migrated to other parts of the Congo or abroad, their sense of belonging remained anchored in the values of their ancestors. In Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, and Brussels, Luba associations organized cultural festivals where dances, songs, and storytelling revived the rhythms of the Old Kingdom. Through these gatherings, the diaspora maintained not just nostalgia, but continuity, a living connection between past and present. The moral ideals of the Luba Empire had become portable, surviving the loss of territory and sovereignty because they were carried in memory, speech, and practice. As the 21st century unfolded, the echoes of the Luba Empire continued to resonate through the heart of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. More than 1,000 years had passed since the rise of the first sacred kings in the Upemba Basin, yet their moral vision, of leadership grounded in balance, wisdom, and compassion, remained deeply woven into the fabric of Luba identity. In a world transformed by globalization, urban migration, and political uncertainty, the Luba legacy endured not as a relic of the past, but as a living philosophy that shaped how people understood authority, community, and memory itself. The collapse of Mobutu's regime in the mid-1990s and the wars that followed brought immense suffering to the Congo. Millions were displaced, and the nation descended into one of the deadliest conflicts of the modern era. The Luba regions, situated between the mineral-rich Katanga and Kasai provinces, became both sanctuary and battleground. Yet, amid this chaos, Luba communities once again turned to their ancestral principles of unity and moral endurance. Local leaders, drawing from the traditions of the Bulapwe, sacred authority bound by ethical duty, organized reconciliation efforts, rebuilt social networks, and worked to restore order where central government control had collapsed. In the early years of the 21st century, the Luba people faced the challenge of reconstructing not just their physical communities, but also their sense of belonging in a fractured nation. Many families had been uprooted by war and forced into cities such as Kinshasa, Lubumbashi, Mbuji-Mayi, and Kananga. Others had crossed borders into neighboring countries or emigrated abroad. This dispersion created a vast Luba diaspora that extended from Central Africa to Europe and North America. Yet even far from their ancestral lands, the Luba continued to nurture their collective memory. Cultural associations sprang up in urban neighborhoods and foreign cities where the values of mutual assistance and moral restraint guided communal life. These groups organized annual gatherings that featured traditional dance, drumming, and storytelling, rituals of remembrance that reconnected scattered families with their shared heritage. Within the Congo itself, the Luba continued to play a central role in the country's cultural and political life. Many of the nation's most prominent intellectuals, church leaders, and artists hailed from Luba backgrounds. They carried into their work the ethical vocabulary of their ancestors: balance, accountability, and service. In politics, Luba leaders often advocated for national unity through moral reform, invoking the principle that governance must serve the common good rather than personal ambition. Their speeches and writings drew upon the symbolic language of kingship, reinterpreting the idea of the Mulapwe not as an autocratic ruler but as a servant leader accountable to the people, much like the kings of old were accountable to the ancestors and the moral order. Education became a vital instrument of renewal. In schools and universities across Kasai and Katanga, teachers began incorporating Luba history into curricula, challenging decades of colonial and post-colonial neglect. Young students learned that their forebears had not been passive subjects of empire, but creators of one of Africa's most enduring civilizations. The rediscovery of Luba history became a source of pride and self-confidence for new generations, providing a counter-narrative to centuries of external domination. Through oral history projects, local museums, and cultural centers, communities worked to preserve not just artifacts, but the philosophies embedded in them, the understanding that memory is itself a form of power. Modern technology also became an unexpected ally in the preservation of Luba identity. With the spread of mobile phones and the internet, younger Luba people began recording and sharing oral traditions online. Songs once performed only in village gatherings found new audiences on digital platforms. Elders' teachings, proverbs, and genealogies were documented in video interviews, ensuring that the knowledge of the past would not vanish with the passing of older generations. In diaspora communities, digital networks allowed Luba families separated by continents to participate together in virtual ceremonies and discussions, maintaining the sense of unity that had always defined their culture. The 21st century also brought a renewed interest in the spiritual dimensions of Luba civilization. Anthropologists and theologians, both Congolese and international, began re-examining the philosophical foundations of Luba thought. They found in its cosmology a sophisticated understanding of interconnectedness between humans, nature, and the spiritual world that resonated with global conversations about ecology and ethics. The Luba conception of balance, in which every action carries moral consequence for the entire community, offered a profound critique of modern materialism. Within the Congo's churches, priests and pastors increasingly referenced ancestral wisdom in their sermons, linking Christian ethics with Luba moral philosophy. In this synthesis, the ancient and the modern were not opposites but partners in the ongoing search for justice and meaning. Artistic expression remained one of the most visible forms of continuity. Contemporary Congolese artists, many of them of Luba descent, drew inspiration from the serene symmetry and moral symbolism of classical Luba sculpture. Painters depicted scenes from oral epics, reimagining the journeys of Mbidi Kilwe and Kalala Ilunga as metaphors for migration, struggle, and renewal in the modern world. Musicians blended traditional instruments such as the likembe with electric guitars and modern rhythms, creating songs that celebrated identity while speaking to contemporary realities. The message of these works was consistent, that modernity need not erase tradition, but can instead give it new life. At the community level, traditional leadership structures continued to adapt. Though the political authority of the ancient Mulopwe no longer existed, many local chiefs and elders maintained moral authority through their roles as mediators and counselors. In rural areas, they presided over ceremonies that reaffirmed social bonds and resolved conflicts. In cities, these same values found new expression through neighborhood associations that organized collective work projects and supported vulnerable families. The concept of shared responsibility, so central to the Luba worldview, remained alive even in the most modern of environments. The early decades of the new century also saw efforts to reclaim and repatriate aspects of Luba heritage that had been scattered during the colonial period. Many sacred artifacts and memory boards taken by missionaries and collectors were housed in European museums. Scholars and activists began campaigns to have these items returned or at least made accessible to Congolese communities. Exhibitions held in Kinshasa and Lubumbashi displayed replicas and digital archives of Luba art, accompanied by oral narratives from elders. These projects were not simply about recovering objects, but about restoring meaning, about reconnecting the physical symbols of history with the living communities that had created them. Politically, the Luba continued to influence the direction of national debates. Leaders from Kasai and Katanga, often invoking their cultural heritage, played prominent roles in calls for reform and good governance. Some sought inspiration in the ancient councils of the Luba Empire, proposing models of decision-making rooted in consensus and dialogue rather than confrontation. Others emphasized the moral responsibility of leadership, echoing the ancestral principle that power without virtue is destructive. Even in moments of political conflict, the Luba language of reconciliation, speaking of repairing the broken calabash and restoring the rhythm of the drum, offered metaphors for healing the divisions of the nation. The global recognition of African heritage in the arts and humanities also cast new light on the Luba legacy. Museums in Europe and North America began reassessing their collections, presenting Luba artifacts not as primitive curiosities, but as expressions of philosophical sophistication. Scholars emphasized that the Lukasa memory boards were not merely decorative objects, but dynamic systems of knowledge, mnemonic devices encoding history, law, and cosmology. In this way, the Luba contribution to human civilization was finally acknowledged as intellectual as well as artistic. For many young Congolese, this revaluation sparked a renewed sense of pride in their cultural inheritance. Amid all these transformations, the essence of the Luba tradition remained remarkably constant, a commitment to moral equilibrium and collective well-being. Whether expressed in rural ceremonies, urban associations, or academic discourse, the same ideals continued to shape identity. In the words of a Luba elder interviewed in Kananga, "The world changes its skin, but the heart of the drum remains the same." This statement captured the enduring truth of Luba civilization, the belief that progress must never come at the expense of harmony, and that memory, far from being a weight, is a guide to the future. The story of the Luba Empire stretches across more than a millennium, from the misty beginnings of the Upemba Basin to the modern cities of the 21st century. It is a story not of conquest, but of continuity, not of monuments in stone, but of monuments in memory. Long after its political structures faded, the Luba civilization endures as one of Africa's greatest moral legacies, a vision of leadership, community, and balance that continues to illuminate the human experience. As we look back across its arc from mythic origins to modern renewal, the Luba story reveals how a people can transform history itself into a living philosophy. What distinguishes the Luba among the many civilizations of Africa is the depth of their moral imagination. From the earliest days of Mbidikilwe and Kalala Ilunga, kingship was not defined by domination, but by restraint. The Mulapwe, the sacred ruler, was not a master of his people, but a servant of cosmic balance. His authority flowed from his ability to harmonize the material and spiritual worlds to ensure that the rhythm of life remained steady. This conception of power as moral responsibility, rather than personal privilege, became the foundation of a civilization that would shape Central Africa for centuries. The heart of the Luba system lay in its councils, rituals, and systems of remembrance. The Embodied society, guardian of law and memory, ensured that no ruler could govern in ignorance of the past. Through the Lukasa memory boards, history was not written in ink or carved in stone, but encoded in symbols, gestures, and song. Each bead and pattern represented layers of meaning, genealogies, moral lessons, territorial rights, and cosmic principles. In these intricate devices, the Luba achieved something remarkable: a portable philosophy of governance, capable of being renewed by every generation without losing its essence. Their system made forgetting impossible, because memory itself was sacred. The moral order that guided Luba life can be summarized in a single principle: Bulapwi, the harmony between authority and virtue. In the Luba worldview, leadership without morality was a form of blindness, and morality without leadership was incomplete. The ruler was expected to embody patience, humility, and compassion, qualities symbolized in art and ritual. The serene faces of Luba sculpture, the graceful symmetry of their designs, all reflected this inner equilibrium. The kingdom's greatest strength was not its armies or wealth, but the trust that bound rulers to their people through shared moral purpose. This philosophy did not vanish with the empire's political decline. Instead, it evolved into a cultural memory that continued to guide later generations. Through centuries of upheaval, colonialism, slavery, war, and displacement, the Luba people held on to the belief that justice and balance were not luxuries but necessities for survival. Even under the harshest conditions, they found ways to express these values. In secret councils under colonial rule, in trade unions during independence movements, in churches and village meetings during times of conflict, the same moral rhythm persisted. Power could be seized or lost, but Bulapwi could never be conquered. When viewed from the perspective of world history, the Luba achievement challenges many conventional assumptions about civilization. Western historians often defined civilization through material evidence, architecture, writing, or monumental infrastructure. Yet the Luba built an empire without walls or palaces, one that lived in minds and relationships rather than in stone. Their genius lay in their understanding that social order depends not on force, but on shared moral imagination. In this sense, the Luba represent one of humanity's most sophisticated experiments in ethical governance. The Luba idea of memory as law offers profound insight into how societies preserve justice. In the absence of written codes, the Mbudi preserved the law through performance. Every recitation of history was also a judgment. Every telling of the past carried implications for the present. This made history a living court, a space where the dead and the living deliberated together. When a ruler or chief violated moral order, it was not merely a political offense, but a cosmic disturbance, one that had to be restored through ritual and confession. This integration of ethics and memory gave the Luba system remarkable durability, allowing it to survive even when political structures changed. Another aspect of the Luba legacy lies in their understanding of gender and balance. Unlike many patriarchal systems, Luba political thought emphasized the complementarity of male and female principles. The most sacred royal insignia, the carved stool supported by a kneeling woman, symbolized this truth. Authority rested not on dominance, but on interdependence. The woman, as the mother of lineage, was both foundation and support. This image captured the essence of Luba philosophy, that strength is not isolation, but balance, and that every power must rest upon compassion. In art, the Luba revealed their metaphysics. Their sculptures, known for their calm, inward gaze, invite contemplation rather than spectacle. These figures are not portraits of rulers, but embodiments of ideals, self-control, wisdom, and empathy. The smooth surfaces and balanced proportions mirror the moral values they represent. To hold a Luba carving is to encounter philosophy rendered in form. It teaches not through words, but through presence. Even today, these artworks speak across cultures, reminding us that beauty and morality are not separate realms, but reflections of one another. The endurance of Luba values into the modern era demonstrates the adaptability of their worldview. In the cities of today's Congo and across the global diaspora, the descendants of the Luba continue to translate ancient ethics into contemporary forms. In politics, they advocate for accountable leadership and communal responsibility. In education, they promote learning as a form of service. In religion, they merge ancestral reverence with new faiths, insisting that the divine is inseparable from justice. In all these spheres, the ancient rhythm of Bulapwe, the pursuit of moral equilibrium, still beats. The global recognition of Luba art and philosophy in recent decades has further affirmed their place in the universal human story. Scholars now study the Lukasa boards as early examples of information systems, visual languages capable of storing vast networks of knowledge. Anthropologists analyze the Luba's system of consensus as a model for participatory governance. Ethicists look to their cosmology for alternatives to modern individualism, emphasizing collective well-being over competition. In these ways, the Luba legacy speaks not only to African history, but to humanity's search for sustainable moral order. At the heart of that legacy lies a profound faith in the resilience of memory. The Luba never sought immortality through monuments. They sought it through transmission. A song remembered, a proverb repeated, a ritual performed. All were acts of defiance against oblivion. This living memory made the Luba people not prisoners of their past, but its custodians. As one elder put it, "We are the drums of our ancestors. When we speak, they speak again." Such a vision transforms history from something fixed into something participatory, a dialogue across time that keeps both past and present alive. In the modern Congo, where political instability and economic hardship continue to test the nation's endurance, the Luba example remains instructive. Their history reminds us that the true measure of civilization is not its size or power, but its capacity for moral renewal. When states crumble, communities can rebuild if they retain a shared sense of right and wrong. When leaders fail, memory can restore the covenant between authority and service. The Luba experience offers hope that even amid fragmentation, humanity can rediscover harmony through ethical imagination. The long arc of Luba history, from the wetlands of the Upemba Basin to the urban sprawl of Kinshasa, reveals a people who mastered the art of survival through adaptation. They understood that change is inevitable, but forgetting is fatal. Their civilization thrived because it did not depend on fixed structures, but on living principles, principles that could be carried, reinterpreted, and reborn. Through this continuity, the Luba transformed history itself into a moral landscape. The story of the Luba Empire, then, is not simply a chronicle of kings and kingdoms. It is a meditation on the nature of civilization. It shows that greatness need not be measured in conquests or monuments, but in the ability to live justly and remember wisely. The Luba remind us that leadership without humility is tyranny, wealth without sharing is decay, and progress without memory is emptiness. Though the Luba Empire itself has long since passed into history, its spirit continues to live and evolve, not as a shadow of the past but as a guide for the future. In the villages of the Kasai and Katanga regions, in the bustling streets of Kinshasa, and even across oceans where the Luba diaspora now makes its home, the principles of balance, moral governance, and communal responsibility remain the foundation of identity. To understand the Luba today is to understand that their empire never truly ended. It transformed. The sacred geography of lakes and rivers has given way to new landscapes of thought and culture, yet the essence of Bulapwi, the moral authority rooted in justice and harmony, still beats like a steady drum within the hearts of the people. In the modern age, the Luba legacy finds new expression in the search for reconciliation and self-understanding across Africa. The Congo, a country often described as a land of immense potential burdened by historical trauma, continues to grapple with questions that the Luba themselves answered long ago. What makes power legitimate? How can diverse peoples coexist in balance? What is the role of memory in sustaining justice? In these questions, the Luba heritage provides not only historical insight, but moral guidance. The Lukasa, the memory board once used to preserve royal genealogies, has become a metaphor for the collective memory of the nation. Each bead, each carved pattern, represents an event or lesson that must not be forgotten if the cycle of suffering is ever to be broken. In the early decades of the 21st century, cultural renewal among the Luba people gained momentum through education, the arts, and community organization. Universities and cultural institutions in Congo and abroad began to revisit the intellectual achievements of Luba civilization. Scholars of philosophy, anthropology, and political science increasingly looked to Luba ideas of consensus and sacred leadership as models for building ethical governance in modern Africa. The notion that authority derives from service, not domination, a cornerstone of Luba political thought, resonated deeply in an age weary of corruption and exploitation. In Kasai and Katanga, cultural revival movements have emerged to preserve oral histories, ritual dances, and traditional crafts. Local elders, often referred to as the living archives, teach children the songs and proverbs that once guided kings. These gatherings, held under trees or in church courtyards, link generations across the gap of colonial and post-colonial dislocation. Through them, the young rediscover a sense of belonging and purpose. Even urban youth, long detached from rural traditions, have begun to explore their ancestry through music, fashion, and storytelling. In this way, modern creativity has become the new Lukasa, a living repository of identity. The role of women in the modern Luba world also reflects both continuity and transformation. In ancient times, the image of the woman supporting the sacred stool symbolized the moral foundation of society, the nurturing strength upon which leadership rested. Today, Luba women embody this principle through their leadership in education, community health, and grassroots organization. In markets, classrooms, and public offices, they carry forward the ethic of balance and care. Their participation in politics and business continues to expand, echoing the ancient belief that power and compassion must coexist. Many women activists explicitly invoke Luba imagery to frame their work, describing themselves as the supports of the nation's stool, a poetic affirmation of continuity across centuries. The arts have remained a vibrant channel for expressing the moral vision of the Luba people. Sculptors and painters reinterpret ancestral symbols in modern forms. The calm, symmetrical faces of traditional figures reappear in bronze and canvas, their gaze still inward, still thoughtful. Poets compose verses that weave together ancestral wisdom and modern experience. One such poet, writing in the Luba language, described history as a river that forgets no stone, capturing in a single line the essence of Luba thought, that every event, no matter how small, contributes to the shape of destiny. Musicians continue to blend the rhythms of old instruments with contemporary styles, creating songs that speak simultaneously to past and present. These creative expressions ensure that the empire's moral order, once preserved by the embodied councils, is now carried forward through art. Across the diaspora, the Luba legacy has become both a personal and collective compass. In Europe and North America, Luba communities have established associations that organize cultural events, language classes, and mentorship programs for youth. These gatherings often begin with the invocation of ancestors, acknowledging that every achievement in the present is built upon the sacrifices of the past. In digital spaces, online forums and social media groups serve as virtual embodied, where members discuss philosophy, share stories, and reflect on how traditional principles can address modern issues, ranging from governance to environmental ethics. The diaspora's ability to blend tradition with technology demonstrates once again the Luba gift for adaptation without loss. One of the most profound aspects of this revival is the rediscovery of the Luba approach to knowledge itself. In the modern world, where information is often fragmented and impersonal, the Luba model of learning, holistic, relational, and moral, offers an alternative. Knowledge, in Luba thought, is never neutral. It carries responsibility. To know something is to be accountable for how that knowledge affects the community. This philosophy aligns with global movements seeking to decolonize education by restoring indigenous epistemologies that emphasize connection over competition. In this context, the Luba tradition of teaching through story, proverb, and performance gains new relevance. The Luba also continue to play a central role in the broader narrative of Congolese identity. The moral and political ideas developed in the heart of the Luba Empire, consensus, justice, and the sanctity of leadership, remain vital to the nation's efforts at reconciliation after decades of conflict. In national dialogue forums, Luba leaders often invoke ancestral principles to remind politicians and citizens alike that peace cannot be imposed from above. It must be cultivated through shared memory and moral accountability. This message resonates far beyond their own community. It speaks to the entire continent's ongoing struggle to harmonize tradition and modernity, sovereignty, and responsibility. In the global conversation about African heritage, the Luba serve as a bridge between the ancient and the contemporary. International exhibitions of African art now emphasize not only aesthetic beauty, but also philosophical meaning. Scholars and curators collaborate with Congolese communities to reinterpret artifacts in their cultural context. When a Lukasa memory board is displayed in a museum today, it is no longer treated as a mysterious relic. It is presented as a sophisticated intellectual device, a testament to Africa's contributions to human knowledge systems. This reappraisal has helped reshape global perceptions of African civilization, challenging outdated notions of oral cultures as primitive or incomplete. Perhaps the most enduring contribution of the Luba legacy lies in its understanding of memory as a form of healing. In a world fractured by inequality and historical injustice, the Luba remind us that remembrance is not simply about preserving the past, but about restoring wholeness. Forgetting, in their view, is not peace, it is silence, and silence breeds imbalance. This philosophy has profound implications for societies seeking truth and reconciliation. Whether in Africa, the Americas, or elsewhere, the idea that justice requires remembering speaks to the universal need to integrate history's wounds into collective renewal. As the 21st century continues to unfold, the Luba example offers guidance for a planet facing moral and ecological crises. Their worldview, grounded in interdependence between human beings and the natural world, provides an ethical framework for sustainability. The rivers, forests, and animals that filled Luba cosmology were never seen as resources to be exploited, but as participants in a shared spiritual order. Modern environmental thinkers increasingly recognize in such indigenous philosophies a key to restoring balance between progress and preservation. Thus, the Luba message, born in the wetlands of the Congo centuries ago, speaks today to the global challenge of living in harmony with the earth. At its deepest level, the Luba story is about endurance through transformation. From sacred kings to miners, from oral historians to digital archivists, each generation has carried forward the same core ideal. That civilization depends on moral memory. The Luba did not survive by resisting change, but by reinterpreting it. Every time the world around them shifted, through migration, conquest, colonization, or globalization, they turned to memory as both compass and anchor. In doing so, they proved that identity is not fixed in place, but renewed in practice. As our journey through the long arc of the Luba story nears its end, what remains most striking is not merely the endurance of a people, but the timeless relevance of their ideas. The Luba Empire may have faded from the political map centuries ago, but the principles it embodied, moral leadership, communal balance, and the sacred responsibility of memory, continue to speak with remarkable clarity to the modern world. In an age of global disconnection, ecological crisis, and moral uncertainty, the legacy of the Luba offers more than historical insight. It provides a philosophical compass for humanity. The first great lesson of the Luba civilization lies in its understanding of leadership as moral service. In most historical narratives, empires are remembered for their military conquests or administrative efficiency. The Luba, by contrast, built an empire without relying on conquest. Their cohesion came not from armies or fortresses, but from shared belief in ethical order. The Mulapwi, the sacred ruler, was not a despot, but a custodian of moral equilibrium. His legitimacy depended on restraint, fairness, and his ability to embody ancestral wisdom. When he failed in these duties, his spiritual connection to the ancestors could be severed, leaving him morally unfit to rule. This concept of conditional kingship remains one of the most profound contributions of Luba political thought. It teaches that authority is not an entitlement, but a covenant, a relationship that must be renewed through virtue. Modern systems of governance, often driven by power for its own sake, could learn from this ancient principle. The idea that leadership requires accountability not only to citizens but to moral law stands as a timeless safeguard against corruption. In the Luba worldview, leadership was never about domination. It was about balance, the constant effort to align human decisions with the rhythm of the cosmos. The second lesson concerns the role of memory in sustaining civilization. The Luba understood that no society can endure without an active relationship with its past. Memory was not simply a record of events, but a living, breathing force that guided ethical behavior. Through the Embodied Council and the Lukasa memory boards, history was performed, recited, and interpreted in ways that connected the living to the dead and the present to the eternal. Every story, every proverb, carried moral consequence. In modern times, where information multiplies but wisdom often fades, this reverence for memory has never been more relevant. The Luba remind us that progress without reflection leads to imbalance. The digital age, for all its advances, risks severing humanity's continuity with its past. In contrast, the Luba tradition teaches that memory is not a chain that restrains, but a thread that connects. It is through remembrance that communities find direction and purpose. Just as the Lukasa board guided kings in their decisions, collective memory can guide modern societies toward justice and renewal. The third universal insight from the Luba world lies in their understanding of balance as the foundation of ethics. In their cosmology, every element of existence, human, animal, spiritual, and natural, was part of an interconnected whole. Harmony was not a passive state, but an active discipline. Every decision, from farming to warfare, from marriage to ritual, was judged by whether it preserved equilibrium. This ecological and moral sensitivity reflects a worldview far ahead of its time. Today, as the planet confronts climate change and environmental degradation, the Luba principle of interconnectedness offers a vital lesson. The Luba did not see nature as property to be exploited, but as kin to be respected. Rivers, forests, and animals were woven into the moral fabric of life, their well-being inseparable from human welfare. In this philosophy, sustainability was not a policy, it was a way of being. The Luba remind us that survival depends on living in balance with the forces that sustain us, and that ecological destruction is, at its core, a moral failure. The Luba also offer a profound vision of identity that transcends the divisions of tribe, nation, or creed. Their empire united diverse peoples not by erasing their differences, but by integrating them into a shared moral order. The embodied council, which preserved the memory of the past, included members from various clans and lineages. What bound them together was not blood, but knowledge, the collective understanding of moral truth. This inclusive vision of belonging provides an alternative to the modern obsession with rigid identities. In the Luba conception, to be part of a community is not merely to inherit it, but to contribute to its harmony. The philosophy of complementarity between men and women adds another layer of timeless wisdom. The image of the woman supporting the royal stool was more than artistic symbolism. It was a declaration that authority must rest upon compassion and nurture. In Luba political theology, the masculine and feminine were not opposites, but partners in creation. Each sustained the other. Neither could exist in isolation. In a world still struggling with gender inequality, this ancient recognition of interdependence remains revolutionary. It asserts that true power is balanced power and that the health of any society depends on honoring both strength and empathy. Another enduring dimension of the Luba legacy lies in their approach to justice. In their courts and councils, punishment was never merely retributive, it was restorative. The goal was to repair the broken fabric of relationships, to restore equilibrium rather than destroy the offender. This ethic of reconciliation, deeply embedded in their traditions, offers valuable insight into modern systems of justice. Across the world, movements toward restorative justice are rediscovering what the Luba long practiced: that healing a community requires addressing the moral causes of wrongdoing, not just its consequences. The Luba also demonstrate the power of adaptability without loss of essence. Throughout their history, they absorbed new ideas, whether from trade, migration, or religion, without abandoning their core values. When foreign merchants and missionaries arrived, the Luba engaged with them critically, adopting what aligned with their moral order and discarding what did not. This selective adaptation allowed them to survive the upheavals of the 19th and 20th centuries without losing their identity. In a globalized age, when cultures face the twin threats of homogenization and fragmentation, the Luba example teaches that continuity depends not on isolation, but on discernment, the ability to evolve while remaining true to foundational principles. In art and symbolism, the Luba left humanity a language of wisdom expressed in form. Their sculptures, stools, and memory boards are not merely objects of beauty, but repositories of ethics. The calm symmetry of their figures, the precise balance of their compositions, all reflect the deeper truth that order in art mirrors order in life. Each piece was both aesthetic and didactic, intended to remind its beholder of the virtues of humility, patience, and moral strength. In this sense, Luba art stands as both a visual theology and a philosophical treatise, a material reflection of spiritual law. The contemporary relevance of the Luba tradition becomes especially clear when considered in the context of global crises of leadership and morality. In an era when technology amplifies power faster than it cultivates wisdom, the Luba insistence on moral authority provides a necessary corrective. The modern world has mastered the art of building empires of machinery, but forgotten the art of building empires of conscience. The Luba example demonstrates that civilization's true endurance depends not on wealth or military might, but on the cultivation of ethical imagination, the capacity to see others as part of oneself. Even in the 21st century, as Luba scholars, artists, and leaders reinterpret their traditions for new generations, the core message remains constant. Memory is sacred, and morality is strength. The same principles that once guided the sacred kings now inspire community leaders, teachers, and activists. In schools across Kasai, elders still tell stories of embodied, not as myth, but as moral lesson. In churches and civic meetings, people invoke the ancestral ideal that leadership must heal, not harm. In the diaspora, young Luba professionals speak of bulapwi as a guiding philosophy for integrity in public service and private life. Thus, the Luba civilization, though ancient, remains startlingly modern in its relevance. It invites the world to rediscover values that technological progress has often obscured: humility, balance, and remembrance. It shows that humanity's future depends not only on innovation, but on wisdom, the kind that can only grow from deep roots. The journey through the Luba world reaches its final reflection, not with an ending, but with a rhythm, a pulse that continues to echo through history and humanity alike. Across more than a millennium of change, from the marshlands of the Upemba Basin to the sprawling cities of the modern Congo, the Luba people have shown that civilization is not merely the sum of kingdoms and kings, but the art of sustaining balance in the face of transformation. Their story does not fade into the past, it extends into the present as a living conversation between memory and morality, between humanity's deepest origins and its highest aspirations. The Luba legacy invites us to reconsider what we mean when we speak of empire. To most of the world, the word evokes visions of expansion, conquest, and dominion. The Luba Empire, however, offers a radically different model. Its foundation was not built upon the destruction of others, but upon the harmonization of relationships. Its power flowed not from coercion, but from the collective respect for moral order. The conviction that a community thrives when guided by wisdom, restraint, and compassion. This is why, even after the physical empire dissolved, the Luba civilization endured in spirit. Their empire was never merely territorial, it was ethical. The Luba saw time itself not as a linear march toward progress or decline, but as a circle of renewal. Their cosmology taught that every generation inherits not only the memories of the past, but also the responsibility to renew them. The ancestors were never gone. They were present, invisible, but intimate, watching and guiding. The Embodied councils, the keepers of history, functioned as moral bridges between eras, ensuring that every decision of the present carried the weight and wisdom of the past. In this circular understanding of time, the fall of kingdoms did not mean the end of civilization. It meant transformation, a return to balance after disruption. This philosophy of cyclical renewal has immense relevance for the world today. In a global age often obsessed with novelty, the Luba remind us that renewal does not come from forgetting, but from remembering wisely. The world's current crises, ecological, moral, and social, echo the ancient Luba lesson that imbalance arises when humanity forgets its connection to others and to the natural order. To heal, we must restore rhythm, the harmony between the individual and the community, between progress and responsibility, between humanity and the earth. Another enduring dimension of the Luba worldview is its faith in the moral imagination. In their traditions, knowledge was not measured by possession or control, but by understanding. The true sage was not the one who accumulated information, but the one who perceived relationships between people, between actions and consequences, between the visible and the unseen. This way of thinking produced a civilization that valued dialogue over decree, interpretation over dogma, and empathy over dominance. It is no coincidence that the Embodied society, which preserved law and history, operated through storytelling rather than written edicts. In every tale, every proverb, there was space for reflection and reinterpretation. The Luba therefore built one of the most dynamic forms of governance in pre-colonial Africa, an open system grounded in continuity. Leadership, knowledge, and spirituality were not static institutions but evolving practices, adaptable to new circumstances without losing their ethical center. When faced with change, the Luba did not resist it blindly, they absorbed it through moral reasoning. When trade expanded, they sanctified commerce with ritual fairness. When foreign religions arrived, they filtered them through ancestral ethics. When the colonial state imposed violence, they responded with endurance rooted in memory. Their genius lay not in defiance alone, but in moral adaptability, the capacity to transform pain into wisdom and survival into meaning. This moral adaptability made the Luba not only survivors, but teachers. Their story offers lessons that transcend geography and time. To the modern world, fractured by inequality and cynicism, they show that leadership must once again be tied to virtue. To societies overwhelmed by technological acceleration, they remind us that memory is not an obstacle to progress, but its moral compass. To nations seeking reconciliation after division, they demonstrate that justice is not achieved through punishment alone, but through restoring relationships. The essence of Luba thought can be captured in a single image, the carved stool of kingship supported by a kneeling woman. In that image lies the entire philosophy of the civilization: strength sustained by compassion, authority balanced by humility, power resting upon service. This symbol transcends gender and culture. It tells us that no human structure, no matter how grand, can endure unless it honors the principles that sustain life itself. The Luba transformed that truth into an art form, a political system, and a moral code that still resonates centuries later. The global recognition of Luba culture in the modern era has expanded the reach of their wisdom. As scholars, artists, and philosophers study their legacy, they find in it a rare example of civilization as conscience. The Lukasa Memory Board has become an emblem of knowledge as relationship, inspiring comparisons to modern systems of information and collective intelligence. The Luba approach to governance, emphasizing consensus and moral responsibility, has been cited in studies of African democracy as a model for participatory leadership. And in the field of art, the serene faces of Luba sculpture continue to remind viewers across the world that true beauty is an expression of inner balance. Beyond academia and art, the Luba story also carries deep psychological insight. Their belief that ancestors remain present in the lives of the living mirrors the modern understanding that history shapes identity. Every individual in this view is both a continuation and a creation, a vessel of inherited memory who must reinterpret that memory to live ethically. This perspective challenges the modern illusion of independence. For the Luba, no person exists in isolation. Every action ripples through the web of relationships that binds all beings. To harm another is to harm oneself. To restore another is to restore the world. Such thinking resonates far beyond the Congo. It touches upon universal questions of meaning that humanity has always faced. What does it mean to live well? What is the purpose of power? How should we remember? The Luba answer these questions not through abstract theory, but through lived philosophy. They show that the moral universe is maintained not by laws alone, but by daily acts of respect, generosity, and remembrance. Civilization, in their view, begins not in palaces or cities, but in the heart of the individual who chooses harmony over harm. In the 21st century, as humanity confronts the consequences of greed, inequality, and environmental destruction, the moral wisdom of the Luba feels prophetic. Their civilization stands as a mirror, reflecting both what has been lost and what might still be recovered. They remind us that progress without conscience is peril, and that the measure of any society is not how much it produces, but how justly it lives. The Luba did not seek immortality through conquest. They achieved it through coherence, a steady rhythm of ethics that could withstand the storms of history. Even today, in villages and cities across the Congo, echoes of this rhythm can still be heard. When elders gather to settle disputes, when families sing ancestral songs, when artists carve figures of balance and serenity, the old empire breathes again. It lives not as nostalgia, but as moral continuity. Each act of remembrance, each effort toward harmony, renews the ancient covenant between humanity and the moral order of the world. Ultimately, the Luba story is not only about a people, it is about the human capacity to create meaning in time. The Luba built a civilization that measured greatness not by expansion, but by moral depth. They proved that an empire could exist in the mind as much as on the map, and that when physical kingdoms fall, the kingdom of conscience can endure forever. Their history is a reminder that no civilization is truly lost as long as its wisdom continues to guide human hearts. As the final reflection of this journey, we may say that the Luba Empire endures wherever people remember that leadership must serve, that knowledge must heal, and that power must honor life. The Upemba lakes may lie quiet now, the royal drums may have fallen silent, but the deeper rhythm, the rhythm of justice, humility, and compassion, continues. It lives in the moral imagination of those who believe that humanity's future depends not on domination but on understanding. The eternal rhythm of the Luba, then, is not confined to the Congo. It belongs to all who seek to live with balance and memory in a world that often forgets both. Their story, stretching across centuries, remains a beacon of what civilization can be when guided by conscience. A quiet empire of wisdom, forever expanding not through conquest, but through the human heart.